Hi, everybody. Let me know if there are any audio issues. I just installed a noise gate to try and lessen the amount of creaking that you hear from me. Just saw the title of the arc. Good for her. Yeah. Oh, yeah. McKay did that, like, just a little while ago. Like, we were, after the Digimon stream, we were bantering around the idea of trans tie. I actually, one second. One second. Okay. Go. Come on. Throatures it. Thanks for resubbing. Here we go. It's like, so McKay was like, what if Ty was trans? And so I said, what if Ty was trans and Kari cracked her egg? And McKay goes, what if Ty was trans, Kari cracked her egg and also came up with her new name? And I went, what if it was something cliche like Tia, but Kari gives like a really heartwarming reason and she fucking cries? I'd like to hear her read that. We did start writing it just for fun. McKay was giggling the whole time like my wife's writing Digimon fanfic with me. Stare, I wonder what movie they're watching. Probably Jurassic Park. Greetings, fellow humans. Hello, it needs more gays. Lancaster, I wonder what... Oh, right. So we actually did start writing it, and it went really well. Poor Egg started crying. Oh dear, you two are having a blast with the concept. Yep. Be doubly fun if she cracked Agumon's egg. I don't think we actually involved the Digimon at all in this. Mostly just the characters. So... Today we're finishing up the the Moon Girl video. It's actually almost done. I just have the music and the puppet cuts to go. That's it. That's all. Those of you who don't know, I tend to edit in I tend to edit in different passes. So for the first one, I do the audio, and then I do a lot of the significant edits, um, like this one. Then I do the bulk video editing, which is just like inserting all the clips. And then the last one, I do the puppets and the music, and I always do these on different days. I do this because I do this to account for like one major flaw I've always had. If I've been working on something for a while, the closer I get to like the end of the session, the more I tend to slack off and cut corners. So, instead, I do the important things last, and I do them on a different day. I think this is actually one of my better videos on LGBT rep. Of course, I know some people are still gonna bitch and moan because I don't know. Probably because I talked about transphobia in relation to the harassment. They're gonna laser focus on that and then whine and moan and cry as they normally. They bitched and moaned about like I found. Oh god, I found Sai leaving like a fucking 8-paragraph comment on "Don't Move," basically just screaming and shitting herself. So no doubt those creeps are already watching this stream trying to pick apart everything I'm doing. Yeah, I'm going back to these thumbnails. Oh, I have to ask, before I stick the credits in there, what do you think of this outro? I think I saw someone upload that segment you cut out entitled it "You Having a Meth Fueled Down." Yeah, I clapped that to the Shadow Realm. I don't think I'm going to have to deal with a counterclaim from that because I typically don't have to deal with counterclaims from people just straight re-uploading my work. Music's cozy. The CD puppet's very adorable. Just clapping along to the beat with the most tired expression. Yeah. This entire section here is basically going to have like the, thanks for watching. Here's a link to my stuff. Should be able to get all the credits into one slide this time. All right, anyway. CD, aren't you going to do a video on Moon Girl? I already did. No. Every character in these videos has big-ass man hands. Nifty what you do with it. Oh, thank you. Like I said, the whole point of like redoing the puppet into like these individual segments here was specifically so it's less work for McKay and more work for me. So it's taking the work McKay would have normally spent getting every expression to work and like every pose to work and getting it to look just right and making enough that I can actually make use of the puppet and basically just setting that to work to me. Like if I need like a new set of eyes from her, like to basically make a new set of back and forward eyes, like it takes her like 5 minutes. So it's a lot easier to ask. It's like, hey, I need a new hand pose, I need a new eye pose, and I don't feel like I'm bothering my wife. Of course, McKay would say she's never a bother, but never escape that feeling. Like a sticker set for those magnet dolls. Yep. You on Moon Girl? I already did. No. Excuse me, CD needs her coffee or tea. Yeah, I've had to cut back on the coffee now. Like up a day now. No, the trans episode that got banned and then leaked. Why? Because we want Ooh, the random aspects don't mind me just friggin' peeping in here, and then I get my answers like CD and Hoopa and the Clash of Ages and well, tools. Okay, the tools I'm using the tools I'm using to draw the animation stills is Adobe Fireworks. You should know. Hang on a second. You're planning on using it. Fireworks was discontinued 12 years ago, coming on 13 years. Because we want to hear your take. But you guys always complain about my take, because I'm always more critically discerning than the cheerleading squad. See? For video editing, I use Sony Vegas. And for video editing, I use Sony Vegas Pro. And for audio editing, I use Audacity. As for Digimon Fusion, Ghost Game, and Hoopa, I will likely never be covering those. I never watched those at any point. I think I watched maybe one episode of Fusion. I saw them transforming into Digimon, got bored, and just left and stopped. And this was like when I was 12, maybe. That's what they were. Gross. Oh no, that's not the one where they turn in. Oh, Frontier's the one I'm thinking. Yeah, anyway, like that, anyway, Fusion came out in 2010, and by that point, I had already grown way the fuck out of Digimon. Like, in 2010, I was 18 in 2010. I'd already long stopped watching shows like Digimon. Complicated. Complicated. I've done. Yeah, admittedly, this thing does have a hard time with, like, animating movement. So, trying to get it around is... Oh, nailed it. Okay, I'm gonna actually see how this works in CD. Aren't you gonna do a video? Aren't you gonna do a video on? Aren't you gonna do a video on Moon? Aren't you gonna do a video on Moon? Aren't you gonna do a video on Moon? Aren't you gonna do a video on? Aren't you gonna do a video on Moon Girl? I already did. I just felt just as annoying in real life as hearing it. Oh yeah. Oh here. This is what it's like being a YouTuber. CD, aren't you gonna do a video on Moon Girl? CD, aren't you gonna do a video on Moon Girl? CD, aren't you gonna do a video on Moon Girl? CD, aren't you gonna do a video on Moon Girl? CD, aren't you gonna do a video on Moon Girl? I already did. No. I already did. No. Why? Because why? Because why? Because we why? 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 Because we want to hear your take. But you guys always complain about. Why? Because we want to. Why? Why? Because we want to hear your take. But you guys always complain about. But you guys always complain about my take. Because I'm always. because I'm always more critically because I'm always more because I'm always more critically discerning that the cheer. Hey, that actually came out pretty well. Because I'm always more critically discerning that the cheer. Because I'm always more critically discerning that the cheerleading squad. CD or because I'm always more critically discerning that the cheerleading squad. CD, you're a trans YouTuber, now bark for my amusement. Leading squad. CD, you're a trans YouTuber, now. Now bark YouTuber, now bark for my amusement. 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 Okay, so about a year ago. Was it a year ago? 2 years ago? Wait, then how long ago were... Oh, fuck, time is meaningless. I like how Pixie's just become the stand-in for, like, people I have to fucking deal with every day. There you go, you're stumpy-legged. Pixie is now a stump. Pixie is the schmall to, Phoenix is tall. All the silly little animations you come up with. Aw. Oh, McKay, you actually weren't here to see me make the puppet turn. And then leaked. And then leaked. Why? Because we want to hear your take. But you guys always complain about my take. Because I'm always more critically discerning than the cheerleading squad. See? Critically discerning. Because I'm always... Oops. My take. Because I'm always more critically discerning than the cheerleading squad. See? It was so small. CD, aren't you gonna do a video on Moon Girl? I already did. No. I already did. No, the No, the Kind of funny, like, I kind of said that I didn't really care to make a video on Moon Girl at first. And I had a bunch of people basically saying that I don't give a shit about other trans femmes. And it's like, guys, every time I talk about LGBT rep, you guys rip my fucking throat out. Because I'm not a cheerleader. So I decided to just not this time, and y'all act like that's also a fucking crime. No, the trans episode that got banned and then leaked. Why? Because we want to hear you. The old damned if you do, damned if you don't. Yep. You know, like every single trans YouTuber has to do a video on like a law. Pretty scummy behavior of them to do that. Yeah, like, don't punish the fucking behavior you want to see. You guys, it's like, what he did. No, the trans episode that got banned and then leaked. Like, you can't yell at somebody every time they talk about LGBT rep and then just be surprised when they stop talking about it. Leaked. Why? Leaked. Why? Leaked. Why? And then leaked. Why? Because we and then leaked. Why? Because we want to hear your take. Some LGBT content creators imply or outright say that only certain people are allowed to talk about gay rep. It must be beyond frustrating. Well, it would be frustrating if you didn't really know what the actual problem is. See, it's actually going to be the subject of a different video, but everybody has a different idea of what they want to see as rep and what they consider to be good rep. And as a result, if somebody else and of course, a lot of us are neurodivergent as well. And there's this thing with neurodivergent people where we're really not good at handling the existence of a disagreement. What's it called? Like, autistic sense of justice? That's a really stupid name for that. So when somebody else has a different idea than us of what good gay rep looks like, just like people just start getting angry at each other and hurling insults. And of course, we're in a time where everything that happens on social media, like, things can't just be about taste. All right, there has to be some kind of moral argument behind it. Like, people can't just dislike the kind of villain protagonist shit going on in Rocky Horror. Stubbornness. I was going to call it Catholicism. Somebody wants to describe the autistic sense of justice to me, and I said, that's just Catholicism, you idiot. What was I saying? Right. So, like, everything has to be a moral argument. Like, it's not enough that somebody thinks the Rocky Horror is bad and harmful and harmful, and the conclusion is just, oh, that person clearly doesn't like villain protagonists as rep. That's why they say this. No, it's always has to be, oh, this person is a Puritan who wants to push all the LGBT people back in the closet. Hey, King Erwit. Sounds like a case of why fandom can't have nice things. Yep. It can't just be that people disagree about what makes good rep. Like, it's this constant circular firing squad. It's where, like, LGBT issues meet fandom, and those two things don't mix because fandom is evangelical by design. Lily, how are we going to keep our harassment fresh? Yeah. Hey, Choco Kitty. It's kind of like how a lot of, I recognize the behavior that you're talking about. My therapy has taught me not to make it everyone else's problem, and so I stay away from it. Where will the get their daily shot of bad T-woman Mino? Like, here's the thing. No, it's not just cis people. Like, other trans people do this too. You'll get trans femmes abusing other trans femmes over their media takes because they're still in that fucking fandom brain rot. Like, they're too emotionally attached to a product. I've always said this is kind of like the fatal flaw of the online left, is just the fact that too many, like, the online left is online for a reason. It's because it's people who want to be leftists but don't want to do any work. and they think liking and retweeting things and like consuming good products will do it. Consumption as activism is what it is. What somebody else described it as. And no, your consumption is not useful as a form of activism. Also, a lot of supposedly a lot of accepted takes on LGBT issues, like the kind of things that most people agree on. They've kind of done a 180 over the last few years, and I've always been like a little suspicious of that. We need to apply ways to fix the church as the ways to fix fandom. Yeah, abolition. Equestria Daily has to file to become a church, otherwise it has to start paying more taxes. Actually, shit, is that site still up? I'm pretty sure that site was... Pretty sure that site operated off Blogger, didn't it? Holy fuck, it is still up. Jesus. Kind of the corpse of a fandom, though. FT Signifier to take about this same subject of the online left. That's great stuff. Oh, yeah. What sort of views? Well, okay. You know how, like, 20 years ago, you would have, like just really gross cis guys basically saying, like, they're gay allies because they watch girl-on-girl porn? Well, like, now we've got, like, other LGBT people saying shit like that. Oh, if you want to tell a story about LGBT issues without it being about sex 100% of the time, then that means you're a Puritan and you're actually really anti-LGBT. And I'm just like, what the fuck? When did Pornhub become a fucking hill you want to die on? Comic about magical transition stories versus more realistic slow transition stories, and the conclusion was that they're appealing and unappealing elements to both depending on one's preferences and personal experience. Well, yeah, like transition is like a slow process. It's not just about, changing your body. It's also about learning a lot of the skills you didn't learn because you weren't born, because you weren't identified as that gender at birth. Yeah, I remember when T's MLP comic was being promoted, you could do one person said, isn't a sex writing for MLP a big yikes though? No. Yeah, like fuck it. Like T should write every MLP comic. She's the best MLP she's the best comic writer I've seen in a long time. And that's all that matters, honestly. Are they a good writer? Yeah. Fuck off. Like, I think there's something kind of interesting about, like, I think there's something kind of interesting about the way, like, online LGBT people treat porn versus the way everybody else does. Because, okay, do you know why porn is often used as an adjective for, like, really bad media? You know, like how the human centipede is torture porn? Yeah. Yes. Yes. Well, do you know why we do that? Do you know why we use that as an adjective? Human centipede, what? Why? I do not know why. It's because the vast majority of people do not and have never valued porn as a form of art. We never have. It's exempt from it doesn't get protections. It doesn't have protections under free speech. Nobody values nobody values it beyond its immediate intended use. And it is considered so utterly disposable, nobody remembers it once they're done with it. They just find the new one and move on. It's been this way for like decades. I mean, you go back to like the 70s or 80s and like maybe you had that one guy who had like a collection of Playboys going back like 30 years, but most people didn't. Most people who bought those magazines, they bought them, they read that, they made use of them a few times and threw them out when the next one came around. It was considered so utterly disposable that it never mattered to anyone. And I think the interesting thing about the entertainment industry today is that it would really like that to be the case for everything else. Like companies like Disney and Universal and Warner Brothers, they would really like it. They would really like it if people viewed all media that way. Disposable, not worth remembering or preserving, and then just buy the next one when it comes out. But it's only been in recent years we've had this I'm going to be honest here, this weird group of millennials trying to act as if that has never been the case. Like trying to act as if you don't value porn as an art form, that makes you a Puritan. Like, no, honey, that makes you the opposite. Because to value something as art is to believe it is capable of both great good and great ill. And most of the people who consume porn, like outside of their kids accidentally finding it, they don't believe it's capable of either. And the thing about Puritans is that they do believe these things are capable of great ill. And I want media to be tissue paper in it. What do y'all think of that? I thought it was interesting. I sort of like I came to that realization a couple days ago in a conversation with McKay. Like, yeah, we really don't value this as art, and frankly, nobody who makes or produce nobody from the people who make it to the people who produce it to the people who to the people who sell it to the people who consume it. At no point in that chain is anyone under the belief that they're making art. It is media as raw capitalist product. I never really given much thought about porn being equal to art. Like, nobody has. That's the whole point. I'm not even pointing this out as a bad thing. I think this is fine, and I think it's kind of weird that some people want it to change in either direction. You think anyone watches this for the dialogue? Yeah, exactly. It is. If you were to create like a spectrum of media between like product and art, porn is very firmly on the far end of product. It does explain lots. I find your observation on this subject interesting. Yeah, there are a lot of interesting conversations to have about a lot of these things, but like you can't have them because if somebody hears you like saying anything that doesn't sound like an automatic agreement with like whatever Twitter's current accepted take is, you just get screamed at because Twitter is idiots. Made entirely for consumption and exploitation, like any Disney CD sequel. I don't really feel any way about it because I don't know if it's true. It does sound very plausible as to what happens in the current. Yep. And I've kind of always had this belief that fandom treats media as raw product as well. Fandom doesn't really value media as an art form. Fandom values media as a vessel that exists solely to give them catharsis. You can kind of see this in the way in the way a lot of fans tend to behave regarding certain principles like authorial intent versus death of the author, wherein they will switch back and forth between supporting these things. They will switch back and forth between which philosophy they support based on what's beneficial to them. If the authorial intent is something they like, then they are all about how important authorial intent is. And if you don't understand the authorial intent, you don't understand the media. If authorial intent is not something they like, I think probably the best example of this is was Delicious in Dungeon. You know, everybody projects autism onto Laios, and then the creator comes out and says, "No, he's just a guy." And they're acting like Senshi is like some kind of subversion of anime fan service cliches, and then she's just like, "No, no, I just thought it was funny." And of course, then you point that out, and they go, "Well, death of the author." I had somebody do that in the same conversation. On my Delicious in Dungeon video, somebody pointed out, I was like, you just don't get the, like, there's a lot of, just don't get the intent of the story because you don't like that Laios is autistic. And I pointed, and of course they said the intent of the story. So they're ascribing authorial intent. And then I showed them the interview and said, Laios isn't autistic and he wasn't intended to be. And it just went, death of the author. Death of the author. If people claim him as autistic, then he is. I was like, okay. I understand the rules of the discussion. The rules of this discussion are not to discuss media in a way that, furthers your understanding of art. The rule is Pixie wins. Love it when creators are decidedly unhelpful to fandoms. Yeah, I think my favorite of that is... Ironically, my favorite example of this is Ikuhara, the creator of Utena. There's a bit in Utena where like one of the characters keeps clicking a stopwatch, and everyone kept asking him, like, "Oh, what's the intention behind the stopwatch?" And Ikuhara, because like people have been debating that for a while, and Ikuhara goes, "Oh, I believe that the stopwatch contains the secrets of the universe. However, only Mickey knows what those are, so I can't tell you." And it was amazing. It was such a fucking troll. I read that quote and I was like, wow, my opinion of you has shot up so much. Mr. Oh yeah, that one too. Hitchcock. Like Hitchcock was asked why characters don't go to the police in horror movies. Don't go to the police, and it was like they don't go to the police because it's boring. I think that's what like I always feel like that's the answer to the age old question of like, you know, why didn't they just fly the eagles to Mordor? It's like, well, why didn't they just fly the eagles to Mordor instead of spending 3 movies walking there? They don't fly the eagles to Mordor because it's boring. Leaked. Why? Because we want to hear your take. But you guys always complain. We want to hear because we want to hear your take. But you guys always complain about my take. Because I'm always more critically discerning than the cheerleading squad. CD, you're a trans YouTuber, now bark for my amusement. YouTuber, now bark for my amusement. Also, if a character being claimed to be autistic is the only gauge for quality, Twitter brass should be jizzing their pants over the Big Bang Theory and Young Sheldon, but you ain't hear that from me. Oh, yeah. I've always found it funny. I've always thought it was funny because, like, I genuinely believe I think the reason a lot of people don't like Sheldon is because he gets called on his behavior, and I know I've met a lot of autistic people who think it's ableist to call an autistic person on their behavior. How it should have ended is not the end all and be all of video criticism. Okay, no. Don't let's not scapegoat how it should have ended. How it should have ended is a parody series. It's like when people scapegoat CinemaSins because like CinemaSins is like 90% jokes and then like 10% actual criticisms. And a lot of people just get really cranky about that. It's the kind of like I said, it's the same attitude of AVGN because ironically, like the thing about AVGN is like it's reviews, but it's reviews of video games, but done in the style of like when you're playing a game and you encounter a really fucking irritating or frustrating part of it, and then you just start yelling at it. And maybe the things you're yelling aren't exactly your well-reasoned opinions in that moment, and that's why it's funny. Bridget shown the clock. Because, like, every autistic character I've ever been shown, every autistic character people ever show me as, like, a better example of doing autistic rep, it's always somebody who behaves exactly like Sheldon, but doesn't get called on it. Like, they don't get expected to change their behavior. Yoko Taro, why he has female characters fight in high heels, and he responds, I just really like girls. I sincerely hope Yoko Taro just eventually discovers the fucking gorgeous majesty of women in full plate armor. Seriously. Fucking amazing. Like, it's funny how you'll design like a woman in a video game wearing full plate armor and people just be like, oh, so you hate beautiful women. I'm just like, what the fuck are you talking about? I love women in metal shells. I see people like that all the time at Ren fairs. The craftsmanship and passion these people have is incredible. Exactly. Ah. Ah. One of these days I'll be able to hold an object without dropping it. Not maintaining your own opinions and relying on popular critical spheres as a shortcut to critical thinking about media is the death of good conversation about media. Yeah, see, that's the problem. A lot of people use media discussions to just raise their own social standing by having the quote-unquote correct opinions. It's a common aspect. It's called social desirability bias, and as a result, it's easy to view contrarianism from somebody who has actually thought about media and has tastes that don't just agree with popular thing amazing. Except, like, the 1 time out of 10, it's popular thing bad. Movie Bob had this, made this remark about, what was it, when people call dialogue Whedon-esque or Marvel writing, and how, like, it's hard to have that conversation.
Have you played Forspoken?
Here it is. Like, Movie Bob just keeps putting out episodes of The Big Picture that make me, like, reconsider something that this just causes me to stop having certain arguments with people.
You think there's a long-term problem outside of just being obnoxious that sloppy, misapplied critical shorthands like these pose when they become part of the discourse and get picked up as stand-ins to having actual opinions of one's own. Not nearly as much in this case as the news media letting right-wing ghouls redefine words or imaginary non-traversies like wokeness or CRT into the conversation as if those are real things, but it's definitely part of that same making ourselves dumber on purpose frog-boiling bullshit, and often enough it's coming from that same disingenuous anti-intellectual instinct, flattening out criticism, stifling actual discussion, and replacing complicated nuanced analysis with binary arguments where you just shout slogans back and forth and dismiss something out of hand sight unseen because it seems like or you've heard it's the same as some culture war signifier that a cable news propagandist or a skeevy beardo on YouTube told you you're supposed to be against. Wants to try to have a meaningful conversation about any of these things. I know for a fact that even with this level of extremely mild pushback, just in terms of be more thoughtful about why you dislike something because reflex critiques like, duh, that sounds like Marvel movie where they make the joke words, doesn't mean anything and you sound like a fucking imbecile, is gonna fall on a lot of deaf ears because all anyone will hear is someone not full stop agreeing with a generic sentiment of popular thing bad and write this entire piece off as mid-mainstream, dismissible, defending Disney.
You hate America! You like the terrorists!
When the irony is, the only people who win in that scenario are the big corporations like Disney and their various corporate market competitors, because just like in the political sphere, the stupider the noise is, and the more everyone just retreats into self-reinforcing tribal bubbles with no want to challenge yourself or expand your mind, the easier it is to sell you weaker versions of the same shit over and over again. So I say again, watch more things.
Yeah, a lot of this fandom shit is just like slogan shouting. Like, you have to like stop and pull back and realize that you're never gonna have a good critical argument with a hardcore fan of something. Like a really evangelical person who self-identifies as a fan. Because art isn't perfect. It never is perfect. But a really evangelical fan likes to think it is. And so any sort of critical analysis that isn't talking about how amazing something is going to be immediately written off. And because again, you know, people like Pixie are dumb. They are stupid. They are dumb motherfuckers. And so they can't argue back against an actual critical argument toward a piece of media. All they can do is scream slogans. You know, this is what the death of media literacy about. It's just another thing for stop not liking what I like. Movie Bob collab when? Oh, God. I'd be very intimidated. I would be very intimidated trying to work with Movie Bob. I have contributed to Movie Bob's work in the once in the past, but not in any like significant way. I had footage of I had I had footage of like Rygar on NES. I don't remember why I had it. And like Movie Bob was on Twitter at one point asking, "Is like, hey, is there anyone who knows where I can get high quality footage of Rygar?" And I was like, "Oh, I actually have some. You can have it." And I was like, "Great." See if I can find it. Video was taken down. Actually, I like it. Oh, that's a shame. Maintaining with your interests is important if you're in with something. It's important to recognize that not everyone else does. Well, I think the kicker is like, if you like critical thinking, you aren't like this. People who actually enjoy critical thinking, they don't do this. Like, and the kicker is, you don't have to be smart to like critical thinking. You just have to like critical thinking. Like, if you're not good at it, that's fine. People who actually like critical thinking, they're not like normal, well-adjusted people are not on Twitter belittling other people for their for their alleged media literacy. If somebody like doesn't have a good grasp of like analyzing media, whatever, everyone starts somewhere. We had this thing a couple days. Yeah, we had this thing yesterday where somebody was in the CD's work channel on Discord and going like, yeah, it was after I posted the new thing, the new stream intro that said like Ty's digi-egg cracking. And it's like, so if I can make a question, isn't using the censored names similar to dead naming a character whose real names are Taichi, Hikari, etc.? Not saying it's intentional, but it feels like it's a change that was originally made to erase a cultural factor in Digimon. This turned into a whole argument that ended with a mod ping, which wasn't warranted. So I came in saying, it's like, I assume you were directing the initiative statement at me, given this is in CD's work. It's like, yeah, sorry for the tangent. So I said, that's all right, give me a second. The thing about dubbing changes is that the creator signs off on them. To this day, even with Fox Kids gone and no longer dubbing Digimon, the English names remain consistent in new dubs of new material. This is something that the original studio hands to new dubbing teams, meaning they've approved of it. Furthermore, Digimon was always clever in making the new names just short nickname versions of their original names. People can argue cultural erasure all they want, but these changes were not made without the consent of the creator. The creators are actively involved in dubbing, especially today, and if a creator wants to approve a name change, that's their right to do so. A good comparison for this is Card Captors. You know, the Nelvana dub has never been used in any English dub produced since. And they went, oh, that's actually some good clarification. Or the fact that we've never seen, God, I know I'm gonna get this wrong. We've never seen Usagi called Serena ever since. That's true. Every creator has different feelings on different changes, but they are never made against their will. Ghibli has a no-cuts contract with Disney, and they have it for a reason. They don't like cuts, and they aren't okay with it. At the same time, I would caution against equating using old dub names to dead naming. People get attached to these things because of nostalgia, and you shouldn't make these kind of personal tastes into an argument. This is somebody who's kind of just been fed, like, bog standard crappy weeb bullshit, but, like, nobody is getting anywhere, and nobody was getting anywhere in the argument that happened earlier by just yelling at mod pinging them. And it's like, well, I don't actually mind the mod ping in that situation. I'd rather be pinged and it be wrong than to not be pinged when it's right. Is this a real argument by people? I never even thought of something like English names ended up being offensive. It seems like something that is creeping in. Like I said, weebs have been getting increasingly deranged over people like whenever people prefer dubs over subs or like prefer dub names over original names. So honestly, I wouldn't put it past them. Like I said, weebs have always had a lot of weird, dumb, circular arguments that, like, they really don't stand up to scrutiny. I hate when people try to apply dead naming to fiction. Just throwing words like that in places they don't belong is what creates the concept of buzzwords. Some people really react on a neurochemical level of criticism of their politics, ideas, or religion in the same way as a direct attack on them and their family member, instead of a criticism of the thing itself. I imagine there's been discourse over whether or not dubs should drop Japanese honorifics in translations. They can't really do it because it doesn't scan. Like, linguistically, it just doesn't scan. Like, I think a few dubs tried to do that, and the end result was that it was just extremely awkward. Because, like, honorifics are, like, it's one thing to read something versus to speak it, and, like, honorifics are, like, different honorifics in different languages are made for that language. There are Digimon YouTubers who constantly use both Japanese and dub names and talk about a character bogging down the video just to keep the weebs happy. It's utterly annoying. That's how you got people complaining about your, but that's our thing. Oh yeah, that's hysterical. It's like, your, but that's our thing. And it's like, wow, you're being a little odd, Yuri. And I have to keep telling this story because it's just too funny. When I covered Spy Family, I came to the bit where we get our first glimpse of Yuri. And it's like, what do the two of you like to call each other? And it's like, I call her your, and Yuri reacts badly to your, but that's our thing. The honorific they may not drop is oh, I should have guessed. Oh, you know, I always said that is that like, you know, I always said that Bluga Blue good. Wow, I fumbled that one. I always said Blue Guts that, like, that one's basically just the equivalent to calling someone Mr. or Ms. But, like, because I had to stick it in here, literally, it quite literally is. It's like when people ask me, it's like, why do you call them Japanese cartoons and not anime? Because that's what anime means. It means a cartoon. Why do you call them comics and not manga? Because that's literally what that word means. Why do you say, it's like, why do you say author instead of oh, here it is. Why do you say author instead of mangaka? And it's like, because that is literally what that fucking word means. What's the translation for of just calling someone by their name? Actually, no, I guess the translation would be when Starfire calls Raven friend Raven. Zero One had one of the better use of dub name changes because the dub names are just shortened versions of the Japanese. Yeah, because it's like, they're all friends. It's like my old name. It's like how my old name was Lillian, and people just called me Lily for short. Friend CD. Yeah, you see how that's kind of awkward. That's kind of awkward in English because English doesn't work that way. Audio keeps cutting out. Oh, sorry, that's my noise gate. You can kind of see how that doesn't really work for English because English doesn't work that way. English just isn't a very formal language, which is where a lot of dub changes tend to come around. It's a much more casual language to the point that a lot of people don't even pronounce things properly. Like, let's be honest. Do you pronounce it triangle or triangle? A thing that people who learn English as a second language actually have to figure out is that a big part of English, triangle. Yeah, everyone pronounces it with a CH. Is that when it comes to being fluent in English, it involves not saying things properly. We have a lot more eloquent words we use sometimes, but overall we don't have polite and impolite versions of words in English. Yeah, exactly. It's also like how in a lot of languages, a lot of words are gendered. I think Spanish is a big one of this. A lot of words are gendered in Spanish, but in English they're not. I always find linguistics is actually very interesting. And the kicker is nobody else complains when you do this. When language and terminology and grammar gets shifted around when dubbing from any other language, nobody cares. It's only weebs that care. Weebs are the only ones who make this shit into a fucking battleground. You're trying to be rude. Pronounce this word a different way. English. Fuck. Yeah, Man, fuck is such a versatile word. We use it in so many different ways. And so I think it's probably like, I'm going to check. What is the most commonly used word in the English language? Why do weebs do this? Are they just ashamed of liking the thing they like for some reason? Weebs do this because they exotify Japan. That's why they do that. A lot of hardcore weebs really exotify Japan and its culture. To the point they often act like capitalism doesn't exist there. And the kicker is, weebs are not alone in doing this. Like, a lot of people, like, you know, white people in general, they tend to exotify different cultures. It's just that the way in which they exotify those cultures is not the same as weebs do, where they pretend that it's this, like, where they pretend they have an appreciation for something when in reality they boil it down and they water and boil it down into, like, just anime tropes. Pretty much all Roman languages are all Romance languages are gendered. Spanish, French, Portuguese, etc. The linguistics behind why are really interesting. What is Romance language? I've never heard that term. Greater third language family of which Spanish, Portuguese, Italian. Oh, I always thought that was Latin. Romance language is languages that evolve from Roman Latin. Ah, yep, there we go. I was right. Okay. French and Romanian. Exotify Japan or fetishize it. Those are the same thing at different severities. Weebs are one of the two groups of people who get really angry and suggest that a non-English language is malleable. The other group being transphobes who really don't like the idea of a gender-neutral version of Latino. I thought the gender-neutral version was just Latino. I hear different things. I remember Latin X was a thing for a while, and I was like, that doesn't sound right. And I had a friend who actually speaks Spanish who was just like, no, that's not it. I think it was Latine for a while. But I haven't seen that in a very long time. I've heard most recently Latin A-E. Y'all gotta fucking pick one, I swear. I'll use whichever one you want, just pick it. Because, like, that's the thing. I'll use one, and then I'll get in trouble with someone, because apparently it was thrown out, like, 2 months ago, and nobody told me. What started this talk about weebs and etc.? Oh, right. I was talking about, like, we were talking about media discussion, and I kind of brought up a conversation about like dub changes that happened in the server. They read comic books written by one guy in a closet being worked to death for peanuts. Yeah, but the thing is, you got to remember, weebs will talk themselves in circles and convince themselves that that is just a culture of overwork. That's what they call nightmare capitalism in other countries. I had somebody try to explain. I had somebody ask me on Tumblr once. It's like, how much does somebody usually pay for like when signing up to a new apartment? How much does somebody usually pay in key money? And I was just like, the fuck is key money? And I ended up finding this video of like this English teacher who's currently living in Tokyo, explaining that it's this apparent like this is how they explained it. It's this like cultural thing where you give a monetary gift to your landlord to thank them for letting you live in their property. And it's like it's like, oh yeah, it's different cultural norms than the US. So then I did a few more Googlings, a little more Googling, and it is in fact not a cultural difference. Key money is very specifically illegal in the US and Canada. Which means we used to do this. We used to have this, and we said, that's horseshit, we're not doing it anymore. They have tipping landlords as a thing. But yeah, this is why like landlords talk about like getting gratuities, but like they're literally not, like legally they're not allowed to ask for gratuities over here. But that legal protection doesn't exist over there, so landlords demand gratuities. Oh, it's illegal. Yeah. 9 times out of 10, when somebody has told me that like, oh, there's this very different cultural tradition in this other country, and I've looked it up, and the reason we don't do it here is because it's fucking illegal. So a deposit? No. This is in addition to a security deposit. You don't get that back. Like, key money is not the fee you pay to have a key made. This is just it's just a tip. And I looked that up and I was like, oh, and like I ended up having this conversation. Like I had gone down this fucking rabbit hole of learning what this thing was. And then it's like, what in the unholy fuck? Tipping landlords is the thing in places? There is anywhere where tipping landlords is a thing? And then, of course, I looked it up, and it's like, and then I had to go back. Finally, after a few hours of looking around, I went back to this. Oh, sorry. I came here because I saw Moon Girl in the title of getting a lesson on landlord. Oh yeah, I'm working on the Moon Girl video, but I mean, like, we got into this conversation. That's how these streams work. Sorry. So, like, after a few hours of looking around, I had to go back to this person. It's like, yeah, no, key money's illegal over here, honey. You don't pay that shit. Yeah, I'm at a stage of editing where there's like not a lot to do. I've got to fill this, and then I got to fill these with puppets. I got to fill this with puppets, and then I got to fill this. And also laws pertaining to what landlords can do. Yeah, like in reality, the only thing that's really different is what kind of rental laws or what kind of employment laws are different. What app is this, Lily Flash? The program is called Moon Girl. Oh, sorry, Moon Girl. Fuck. Wow. My brain just jammed right the fuck up. The program is called Sony Vegas Pro. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, my head is fried. And people say I'm lying when I say I misspeak about the whole shit. That's like my reaction to half the US med school and residency culture. Oh, yeah. Or internships. Like, here's the thing. We may not have key money over here. We do have unpaid internships, though. Isn't in Japan, their apartments so small they can't house a gerbil? What do you apparently... from what I looked up, from what I looked up, it's just not really. Like, they have studio apartments, and the studio apartments are slightly small. Prize an intern paid, though. Look, if you're a paid intern, you're not an intern. You're a temporary employee. You're a temp. He's an intern and you don't pay him? You sure you're not evil? Interns are the corporate exposure. Good to jam your brain with. Yeah. Pretty insane just how influential sim. Yep. And I think an aspect of racism we kind of don't talk about it a lot is when people write off the consequences of capitalism in other countries as culture. Do you remember a few years ago when a lot of people were kind of talking about how Nintendo had a bad year? And as a result, Satoru Iwata took a pay cut. Like, a lot of their executives took pay cuts. And people kind of point that out as, like, the difference between, like, a video game company, you know, doing the right thing versus companies who just lay off employees. Well, I kind of thought about that. I thought about that a couple of months ago. Yeah, during the launch of the Wii U. Yeah. And I looked it up. And the reason Nintendo didn't lay off employees isn't because of a different company policy. It's because when you have a bad financial quarter and the shareholders aren't happy, in Japan, you're not allowed to lay employees off for that. In order to lay an employee off, you need a good fucking reason. Yeah, the reason it's like, oh yeah, Nintendo didn't lay people off. Why can't you be more like that? Nintendo didn't lay people off because they legally weren't fucking allowed to. There was a law. Yeah, you could. Yeah, that's the funny part. You can make laws against layoffs. It's a lot harder to get fired over there. Yeah, you just get really. I heard from someone say you just get really passive aggressive shit. And honestly, looking good. It's illegal to screw someone over someone like that. But, like, the more you read into it, the more you realize is that corpo scum on the other side of the ocean, they just find new and different ways to fuck with people. That same school teacher I was talking about was mentioning how, like, apparently some people will, like, pay somebody to resign from their job for them. Because if they do resign from their job, they get grilled by their boss regarding, like, oh, you know, where are you going to work? What are they paying you? And, like, and I think she mentioned being expected to, like, read out a letter of apology to your other coworkers. And I'm just like, that sounds ridiculous. And I looked it up again. Yep, that's also illegal. That's not just illegal here. That's illegal over there as well. Like, now your employer can't do that. You can just tell them to fuck off. I'm just looking at this English teacher and I'm just like, girl, you are being fed corporate horse shit. Oh my god. Reassigning is viewed as shameful. Yeah, it might be. Yeah, they can. Yeah, corpos can view it as that whatever they fucking want. It's like a great betrayal to the company, and they may even sabotage you at your next job. Second. They may even sabotage you at your next job. So I just looked it up, and that is grounds for defamation. That is in fact grounds for defamation. If a person has injured the reputation of another, the court may, on the application of the latter, make an order requiring the former to take suitable measures for the restoration of the latter's reputation, either in lieu of or together with compensation for damages. Again, a lot of corporations all across the globe, they rely on the. Do you know how I just looked it up right now. I've got it on screen right here. Corporations all across the globe rely on people not knowing their rights. Because there's no law that states that there's no law that states your boss isn't allowed to lie to you. Like, it's legal, it's perfectly protected to discuss your salary with your coworkers, and your boss can't fire you for discussing your salary with coworkers, but they can certainly tell you otherwise. Your boss is allowed to lie to you, and I hate it. Everybody hates it. The cops are allowed to lie to you too. Isn't it a cultural thing that employees have to buy their bosses drinks and gas, or is that just a thing? I've never heard anyone say that, and I've never really looked it up. And here's the kicker, guys, and this is kind of the important part. Like, traditions and, like, trends and habits, they change if you stop doing them. This is why the concept of research is drilled into your head every grade, everyone. Yep. This is what I'm talking about. Like, a key aspect of racism we don't talk about enough is when the kind of exploitative shit done as a result of capitalism in the US and Canada, it's done everywhere in the world. The globe is capitalist. Every country on the planet, with the exception of a few, is capitalist. And when non-white countries have problems of late stage capitalism and corporate overreach, white people will insist that that's not capitalism, it's just part of the culture. And I don't think we talk about that enough. I can think back to like all these videos of this English teacher, and I'm just thinking, honey, you are getting the shit exploited out of you, and you don't even know it. Patrick, China is also capital. Is it? I thought it was communist. I know it's I know it has free enterprise. I think there's I've come to the perception. Tell me if this sounds right. That there's a fundamental difference between capitalism and free enterprise. English teacher, yeah, a lot of these weird misconceptions I keep hearing and having to look up. They they're getting parroted by this YouTuber. She's an English teacher who lives in Japan, works there, and you watch a lot of her videos and you just realize, honey, you're getting lied to by assholes. Saying it's like, oh yeah, death. Cold cherry, I have no idea what you just said. It's almost as if capitalism has nothing to do with culture and is a basic result of human greed and utilization of power mountains. Capitalism breaks and destroys culture. That's what it does. Capitalism will do whatever it can to rot away culture, because culture is fundamentally about forming community with people. That's what a culture is. And the first thing that capitalism wants to do when it gets anywhere is disrupt that. They don't want you forming community with people. They want you feeling isolated and alone. They want you hyper individualistic and hyper competitive with everyone around you, because if they can psychologically batter it into people that everyone around them is a competitor and not a neighbor, then it doesn't matter if union protections are made legal. They can just keep convincing people to not join unions. It makes them less likely to organize, less likely to unionize, less likely to do anything that might get in the way of the wealthy class wringing as much money out of people as humanly possible, and pressing entire nations for as much money as they can possibly get. So, like, capitalism is so utterly antithetical to the very idea of culture, to the point that I hear the phrase corporate culture and I'm just like, honey, you are the fucking Borg. This game apparently has it. First example, early training that into people is the concept of curve grading. Yeah, grading on a curve, that is despicable. You know what grading on a curve is, right, McKay?
I feel like I had it explained to me, but I forgot.
So, like, grading on a curve is when you grade based on the curve of performance of the class. So rather than something like, oh, if you score a 50, that's a D, and if you score like a 90, that's an A. What a teacher will actually do is they'll take the top student who got a 98, that's an A+. They'll take the bottom student who got an 85, that's an F. And then the grades are assigned based on that scale.
Oh.
Yeah,
the fuck?
grading on a curve is absolute fucking, like, basically an F doesn't mean you got a poor grade, it means you placed last.
What the fuck?
And it's designed to psychologically batter teenagers into seeing other people as competitors. What it means is, like, think about that environment where in order to get an A, you need to be better than everyone else. You stop helping your fellow students then.
Oh my god.
They do it to 6-year-olds. Oh yeah, yeah. I don't know what I said. Teenagers. Grading on a curve sounds like evil. What the fuck? Yep, it is evil. It is absolutely evil. It is fucking insidious. Absolutely insidious. Curve grading is based on what we do with art. Doing it with actual people should be considered a war crime. This actually goes the other way as well. If your class is bad, if you have a very poorly performing class, then, like, let's say your top student got a 35. That's an A+. And you can kind of, and I think the also immediate benefit is that curve grading is designed to make people compete. But if you have poor students, curve grading makes, like, if you have poor students, that means you have poor teachers, right? Curve grading means teachers look better.
Huh.
Yep.
Gross.
Here in Canada, we do, like here in Halifax at the very least, this was the case when I was in high school. We don't have letter grading. We have number grading. You get a grade out of 100. 50 is the passing grade. If you get a 50 in a class, you get the credit. Whoever came up with that system, the electric chair. More people who don't properly understand their rights. Suddenly that Korean show my sister makes me watch makes so much more sense. What Korean show? Squid Game? Is that Korean or is that from somewhere? Get up. Yep, South Korean dystopian survival thriller. Isn't the school system different from country to country? Yep. Different in funding, different in attitudes, different in culture, different in a lot of things. Back in the 2000s, there was a lot of debate in Nova Scotia about, like, making public school students wear uniforms. Now, given that I was a public school student at the time, I was firmly against that. And I think a lot of the students are against it too, but I think, like, the school uniform discussion is the public school uniform discussion is always has always fascinated me because it kind of shows just how little parents are aware of what goes on in school. Like, oh, if we have if we institute school uniforms, then it'll ease bullying because there isn't pressure to keep up with fashion trends. And I'm just like, idiot, do you not know how bullying works? Bullies want to feel powerful. If they can't pick at your clothes, they'll pick at something else, you stupid fuck.
Yeah.
Whenever somebody tries to have a conversation with me about school uniforms, I always ask them this question. Do you think school uniforms should be unisex, or should there be different uniforms for boys and girls? If they say school uniforms should be different for boys and girls, and then I'm like, then you don't care about any of the benefits of school uniforms. You want to reinforce gender roles. And you can look at school uniform policies the same way. If you look at any public school anywhere in the world, and their school uniform policy is boys wear pants and jackets and girls wear skirts and blouses, that is a school uniform that exists for literally no other reason than to rigidly enforce gender roles. And should be abolished.
Mm-hmm.
School uniforms are just a needless expense public schools don't need. What even are the benefits of enforcing school uniforms anyway? Control. That's it. None of the supposed benefits work out in reality. Charts that must meet your finger. Jesus, that's a... Wait a minute. Must meet or must at least... Or like... must meet your fingertips or meet or exceed? Is it like the skirt must meet your fingertips, or it's like it must either meet or exceed the length of your fingertip? The distinction is very important.
Yep.
What are the supposed benefits of enforcing school uniforms? Let's see. Or else you're sent home. That doesn't answer my question, Cold Cherry. Which is it? I'm sorry, Chacklich, what do you say? Is it the rule that a skirt must be at the length of your fingertips or at the length or longer? Because I imagine like school uniforms are usually just made to a specific point. Like they don't do that kind of, like they don't do varying length like that. At the length or longer. Okay. Never mind then. School uniforms means, school uniforms means that all students wear the same clothing, helping to level out the playing field. Removes any preconceived ideas about what to wear, allowing for greater group commonality. This is not how this works. Like, uniforms do not create group cohesion and quality. Because that just shifts to other things. Kids like forming their cliques. Group wear the same uniform as them also encourages children to develop a stronger concept of group identity. No, they don't. This is like believing that like there's group identity in the military. Uniforms help teachers and school administrators identify who is a student and who isn't, even from a distance. It makes it easier for them to keep students safe and away from staff, and students can soon identify anyone on the grounds without a uniform, outsider, or a possible intruder. Oh, okay. I mean, I get that, but like, I don't think that's a real problem unless you're like American. Dress code equality. When schools allow children to wear their own clothes to attend school, this creates the need for a long list of unacceptable clothing variations that the staff must check every day. Well, first of all, you don't need to do that. Such dress codes are often harsher for girls than for boys. This is a choice that they make. With everything from skirt lengths to shoulder straps coming under scrutiny. You don't have to do that. What's more, enforcing dress code policies often means sending children to the office for administrators to determine whether they violated the code or not. Again, you don't have to do that. School uniforms avoid a lot of this policing by creating a standardized dress code that's easy for all to follow without any possibility of misunderstanding. Appropriate. But this only works if you have unisex school uniforms. I hated that the dress code put more onus on girls than boys. That's because, like, that's the only reason the dress code exists. The dress code exists to control girls. Streamlined morning preparation. Safe and practical, less distracting. A lot of this is just fluff garbage. So yeah, they have a lot of supposed benefits of school uniforms. None of them hold up to scrutiny. School didn't benefit anyone at all, and everybody hated it. Yeah, I always thought it was weird when people called high school the best years of your life. But then, again, Movie Bob once again said something really that kind of stuck with me. High school is hell. And most people who claim otherwise were probably the reason it was hell.
Ah.
You could wear any kind of pants if you were a guy. Girls got like one kind of skirt. I think mandating skirts is a little skeezy. Like, first of all, it's this very ancient idea of women can't wear pants. Very, like, that is so ancient, like, the 70s would call it outdated.
Oh, yeah.
But also, it's just... pants for everyone is just a better idea. I feel like wearing a skirt is like the kind of thing that people have to choose to do. Like, I mean, I'm a trans woman. I don't wear skirts. I have never liked skirts. I do not skirt go skinny. I have never liked skirts. I have never liked drapery in general. Like, my clothing choices before transitioning were jeans, t-shirts, jackets, and sweaters. My clothing choice after transitioning is jeans, t-shirts, jackets, and sweaters. Just, you know, women's fit. Except for right now, I'm actually wearing an old sweater that I still have from when which like is... I'm actually just realizing how fucking massive this thing was. I'm like, wow, I really wore this when I was like a fucking skeleton.
A school towel.
Yeah, I was like a short skeleton. I'm just like, wow, I really wore this fucking thing? What kind of sweater? Just a plain black sweater. Like, even now, even now, like, the sleeves on this go past my hands.
Oh, wow. Bam. As a trans woman, I've done skirt go spinny a few times, but I understand how it's not for everyone.
Cozy black sweater. Yeah, a lot of my clothes, like, my mother used to call it, used to say they fit me like socks on a rooster. Very large on a very small frame, very baggy. I'm told that's a common thing trans girls do. You know, like, before their egg cracks, like, before they're out, they tend to wear baggy clothes to, like, so they don't have to look at themselves. Sitting in a massive, huge, warm winter sweater right now. Well, that's the thing. Huge sweaters when you're like as small as I used to be as a teenager, they are the opposite of warm because there's so much space for like air to flow out. Warm clothing is actually snug. This is actually why I used to always be so cold as a kid, because my mother would buy me jackets that were too big because, well, I was too small. Nothing ever fit me. But the idea was, oh, you'll have room to grow into it. But the end result is like, in minus 15-degree weather, at school, forced to be outside during lunch hour, I am wearing a coat with a chimney.
Oh.
As a result, like, I was always just freezing. And I used to fight with teachers. It's like, let me inside. It's too cold. Let me inside. I'm freezing. Oh, just, you know, put your coat on. I have my coat on. I'm still freezing. They finally stopped making me go outside when my lips started turning blue.
Jesus.
It was one really, really cold winter. It was like the same winter we had White Juan. And I think it hit like minus 25. And I still have this same jacket. So I have to go outside and I am utterly freezing. Utterly fucking freezing to the point that I'm shivering, like my teeth are chattering. I'm like huddled up, my whole body inside my fucking coat. And then And Scott comes over, and it's just because Scott comes over, curious. It's just like, what the fuck are you doing? And I look up, and it's like, Lil, your lips are turning blue. I'm like, what? Just like, and of course, like, I can't move. It's too cold. It's too cold to move. I have to, like, I want to stay huddled up in a ball. Who's Scott? Just another classmate. He helps me up and brings me inside, and I'm just, and like, finally, fucking finally, somebody looks at my coat and realizes, oh, this is not keeping her warm, like, at all. This is too big. What year was this? 2003, I want to say. I think that was white one. Yeah, this is not keeping her warm at all. Like, this is just a draft. This is useless for her. Because that's the thing, when your coat has room in it, like I said, it creates all of these, like, openings around your neck. And, like, the hot air that your body, like, the hot air inside your body makes just rises away. You know how people say you should never go outside in cold weather without a hat because, like, you know, the heat from your body will escape through your head? That is just what was happening with my entire fucking torso. Because, like, my clothes were the same way. My clothes were also too big. So, like, I'm getting, like, my bare skin exposed to wind chill. And nobody listened to me until I started getting early stages of hypothermia. Because,
Jesus.
like, you know, when I kept saying it's too cold, I'm freezing, it's too cold. What that gets read, what my teachers hear, what my teachers and my parents hear is, oh, she's just complaining. Oh, it's just a little cold. You're just complaining. I had a rock smashed against my forehead. Accident mostly. I wasn't being assaulted. And I was bleeding quite profusely. I had to be taken to the hospital and get stitches. The entire time, my father's just like, oh, it's just a cut. All kids get cut. Of course, it wasn't just a cut. It was concussion as well. He was indignant about the fact he got called out of work for this. You could have had your limbs cut off if you stayed out for longer. Jesus. I think my limbs might have been fine. Like I said, I'd kind of just, like, wrapped my entire body up inside my coat and my sweater and was kind of, like, huddled together. Let's not listen to a child because they're a child and don't know anything until there's actually severe consequences. Yeah, it's like when I got, it's like when the hospital OD'd me on sedatives because they didn't bother to weigh me, and my baggy
Yeah, that
clothes
was
didn't make them register how underweight I was. God, like, throughout my teenage years and, like, all of my 20s, I was so critical of the IWK, and I had people write me off. It's like, you just don't like the IWK because you had to follow rules there. No, I don't like the IWK because they almost killed me 4 times. Say what? Yep. Youth care workers and a registered nurse held me down and sedated me. And because they didn't check how much I weighed, they just decided, oh, we'll give her the sedative that we'll just give her the amount of sedative that's typical for a 14-year-old boy. Problem was, I was half the weight of a typical 14-year-old boy, and I was out fucking cold. That's just straight up medical malpractice. Yeah, but here's the thing. Minors aren't allowed to sue for medical malpractice. Their parents have to do it. And, well, guess who had a no contact order in place? Fucking hell.
Oh.
Which meant my parents were not informed of this. Ever. Jesus. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. This is turning into story time. I don't mind, honestly. Tell my paramedic friend about this. He's gonna lose it. Yeah, the honestly, the IWK abused the shit out of teenagers. Like, small children would typically have their parents, like, hovering over them, and of course it's like, oh, that's my baby, oh, that's my baby. So, they were typically treated a lot better, but, like, teenagers got the raw end of the stick. Teenagers were dismissed, like, we were often dismissed. We had decisions made for us and about us without us being present. Doctors would diagnose a teenager based off the word of their parents. Like, when I first got my Asperger's syndrome diagnosis, because this is how long ago this was. When I first got my Asperger's syndrome diagnosis, I was diagnosed by a doctor I had never fucking met, who read the observations made by my youth care workers and my parents. And to say their idea of my behavior was flawed would be an understatement. Hey, you're about this age, so tough it out, dummy. Your body can take a dose double your body weight. Yeah, it was only after I got back from, like, I had to go to the emergency room. And it was only after I got back that they finally weighed me and realized what the problem is, and I lost it on them. I lost it on fucking all of them. Because, like, this time, this shit had almost gotten me killed. And so I was screaming at them for like an hour straight about the fact that you assholes will not listen to a goddamn word I say, and now you almost killed me because of it. I told you it was a bad idea to sedate me. I told you sedatives. I told you I don't react well to sedatives. I didn't know why I didn't react well to sedatives. I just knew that when I was injected with sedatives, I always felt either extremely sick, or I was out cold when they weren't supposed to do that. It's like, but because I'm a teenager and you just write everything off I say as complaining, and now you almost kill me over this shit. Basic fucking medicine thing, like first year MS thing, especially in all meds for kids are weight adjusted, all of them. These weren't like, that's the thing. These weren't doctors though. These are youth care workers and one nurse. After I was out of the hospital, I saw a thing going on where, like, apparently, like, the program I was in was having its staff cut. They cut all the youth care workers and replaced them with registered nurses. And I was like, what the fuck? You can't, like, the youth care workers, they were there for a reason. Like, a lot of the youth care workers were meant to be, like, the caregivers for, like, the teenagers who were there. Everyone had a primary worker who was, like, a pseudo-parental figure. Except mine. Mine was more like an older sister, because, like, my youth care worker was 21. Which is how old my brother was at the time. But everyone had a primary worker who acted as, who acted as, like, their primary caregiver while they were in there. And then like, for all their flaws, the youth care workers were for the most part good. I love my primary worker. But then they cut all the youth care workers and replaced them with nurses. And when I was in the hospital, the nurses were the dumbest motherfuckers I'd ever fucking seen. They were the most snide with people. They were the most smug. They were the most dismissive. They were assholes. Like, I think, like, after I left the program, I heard something about a nursing strike, and, like, registered nurses were complaining they didn't get paid enough, and I was like, fuck you. I saw that on the news. I was like, go fuck yourself. Because most of the abuse I suffered from the hospital either came from nurses or they came from the male youth care workers. Only is a reason why you usually need a physician to prescribe sedatives, almost as if it was a serious thing. Yeah. Nah, they just sedated me anyway. Because again, I'm a teenager, I'm a teenager in the custody of the province. Who the fuck gives a shit? Before I was in that program, I was in another place while I was waiting for a spot in that program to open. It was called the Wood Street Center. And one of the girls I was in the Wood Street Center with is straight up suing the province because of all the shit that went on in there.
Oh.
At least, that was the last I heard. I don't remember. Former child refugees Abdul and Fatuma sue and alleged abuse. Yeah, that's her. I saw that news. I was like, wait, Fatuma? Finally, they put me in Wood Street because they said I wasn't listening and I didn't know how to follow rules. They said I needed to be put there in a locked home. I got really sick in Wood Street, so they extended the 30 days I was. They took me to court and got me 3. I don't know I was pregnant in Wood Street. I was 14, 15. The workers that she had been assaulted, but once more nobody believed her. Instead, they noted in her files that she was a sex worker, 14 years old. In the custody of the province since she landed in Canada. And that's what they say about her. Was never given any sexual education, information about birth. Not about consent. I got really sick, and they were saying it was the flu. The nurse insisted that I did a pregnancy test that came out positive. When I called my worker, they said right away, we're going to look for a home for your kid. You're not taking my baby from me. Threatened me. They said, you can't even listen to the rules of the staff. You can't look after a child. They were saying I was irresponsible. I begged and begged. What do I have to do to show you? I need to take all these parenting courses. They wouldn't show me where to go and what to do. By the time I got out of Wood Street, far along, I didn't have much time. But I took courses at... Then they said I can't keep my baby because I lived in group homes. There were no homes. But a baby, and they just wanted a baby. They just wanted... kept saying no. They got a woman who wasn't trained. Yet, and they placed me in her house. I believe I was sent to her house the day I got out of the hospital and only met her God, the shit Nova Scotia did to her. Fucking hell. I'm like, I knew this girl. I was in Wood Street with this girl. I witnessed some of this shit. Like, they were aggressive. Like, the workers there, they were aggressive with her. Like, I knew this girl. Like, they were hyper fucking aggressive with her. I once came out of my room and I saw 3. And like, these guys are big. These are like guys who are like 6'5". One of them is like the size of a whale. All 3 of them had her pinned to the ground, their full weight on top of her. I hit one of them with a chair.
Damn.
I came out, I was like, what the fuck? I got put in the isolation room for that, but here's the fun thing. There was only one isolation room. So because I was in there, they had to let her go back in her room. One of the girls I was in Wood Street with ended up in the same program in the hospital as I did, and she pointed that out to me. And she pointed that out to me. And I had completely fucking forgotten it. I had completely forgotten that it happened. And then she pointed that out to me, and it's like, oh, fucking really? It's like, yeah, I remember what you did for Fatuma. And I was like, what did I do? And then I was like, oh. He did that person solid. CD with the steel plastic, actually. The chairs were taken out, and they were replaced with ones that were bolted to the floor after that. Like, that was the... if anyone here is from Nova Scotia and has been to the Wood Street Center, have you seen the chairs bolted to the floor? Yeah, that's my fault. I did that. You know? Wood Street was hell. Like, it was actual hell. It's supposed to be and here's the thing. It still is. There's still articles being posted about what a nightmare that place is. It's supposed to be a place for treatment. Like, it's not a prison. It's like, it's a secure facility for people who are considered a danger to themselves. Like, you go there because you're suicidal. And it's supposed to be a place of treatment, but it straight up isn't. It is a place where barely trained workers are given absolute authority over a bunch of teenagers who, if they complain, if their behavior gets complained about, they can just straight up say, oh, well, that's an unstable youth. You can't really trust her word. She just doesn't like following rules.
Ugh.
Yeah, more like containment facility. Barely trained workers and asshole nurses. This isn't the same place as the hospital. The place at the hospital, admittedly, was a lot better. Like, after the, like... You know what you want to know what the best part is? Like, here's a fun fact about people who work in situations where they get authority over teenagers, is that youth care worker I hit with the chair never came near me. Once there is even the slight chance of, even though the chairs have been taken out and new ones had come in to be bolted to the floor. Once you make a bully experience consequences for their actions, they never do that shit again. And of course, I was in a secure facility, so I couldn't be charged with assault. I was also 14, so like, word to the wise, piss off CD at your own peril. I'm not, like, here's the kicker. I'm not a particularly violent person. The amount of times I've been violent with people can be counted on one fucking hand. But I saw 3 of the heaviest fucking men in the world basically, like, hitting a girl who was smaller than me to the floor. And I was like, no, fuck that. I mean, at that point, it's like, what have I got to lose, right?
Mm-hmm.
Went into a facility to help them. I'm scared to go there, but at the same time, I had a dad telling me to go faster when I tried to end it, so I don't know which is worse. Yeah, like everything is better than ending it. Like, when you don't get treated this way when you're an adult. That's the kicker. When you're an adult, you don't get treated this way, especially if you're there voluntarily. Another thing from Fatuma. I was breastfeeding her and they took her. At first I fought them, and one of the cops pulled his gun on me. There was a knife at the table, that's why. I called my worker at the family center. She came and she said to me, if I was a good mother, then why am I placing my daughter in harm's way? They decided to pull their guns on me, and that was me putting her... They said if I just gave them my daughter, they'd look into the accusations and give her back to me in 5 days, but that was a lie. 5 days, all there was. They put me through courses after courses. I complete them, and they changed the goalposts. First, it was they took her away because the woman housing me said I was outside with my daughter, not dressed properly in a snowstorm. That's a lie because my aunt bought her everything. I hadn't seen my aunt in years. When I was pregnant, I was going to Dartmouth High and bumped into her at the bus terminal. I didn't recognize her because she was looking at me and said, "What's your name?" Sorry. She asked me if I had a brother. She hugged me at the end. Okay. Very heartwarming. First, the worker said I had to focus on parenting. Then the new topic became Fatuma's an angry person, and until you learn to control your anger, you can't get your kid. I really struggled with that because I thought, how am I supposed to control my anger when the whole reason I'm angry is because of you? Oh, God, that's it. Like, your problem is your anger issues. You need to control your anger. How am I supposed to control my anger when the whole reason I'm angry is because of you? God, like, how much shit does, like, that's reactive abuse. That's what that is. That is fucking reactive abuse. And racism was the only reason the province harassed her this much. Put her through this much shit. Gave her so much, like, tried to take her daughter from her. Racism is the only reason. Naeem was a preemie. He was 2 months early. They didn't even give him 1 minute with me. He literally came out and he was taken out by... They gave my children to a white family. I thought to get visitation breastfeed because they told me as a preemie, best thing was breast milk. They said to pump because I couldn't hold it. I stopped producing. When I was fighting for Namia and Naeem, I actually won the first time and said I don't care where I go as long as my kids are with me. I was pregnant then with my twins, and I was looking at homes for moms and kids. They wouldn't help me. The Ansem Center, I was getting visitation with my children, but then my body just failed me. I got my children back, and a week after that, I went into the hospital. And I was put on bed rest in the hospital, called my workers, and reported I had 2 kids with me. The woman beside me had 2 kids with her. She had a cot in her. But the woman beside me had, they said to me, a hospital's not for children, but I argued with them, and I said that, and then they said I was angry and I needed to control my anger. And with that shit. They took me and Naeem from the hospital and gave them back to the white foster parents. Oh, God. God, I fucking hate the IWK so fucking much. What a fucking shit show of a fucking organization.
I'm gonna throw them in the fucking pier.
Streaming on YouTube, you can't say that shit.
Oh, right. Sorry.
Foster parents fell in love with them. They promised me I could have them back, and they lied to me. I told the social worker was all set up to take my kids. And he said I should be thankful because my kids were going with people they know who love them. I went right from my hospital bed into a trial for the other 2. It was the same judge who took me from my aunt. She said she knew me really well. I thought deep down inside she knew what I went through. She's going to be on my side. I was living in a shelter, and I said I knew you could have your kids there, and she said no. Putting them in permanent care. I couldn't believe I would never see my kids again. I was so devastated. I didn't have anyone beside me. My lawyer said, but at least she said you were a good mother. And I thought, if you can see I'm a good mother, why aren't my kids with me? It's too much. I blacked out. I just remember being outside the courthouse with Sheriff beside me saying, down and leave the courthouse or I'd be in jail. Gave me 1 more visitation with them. They gave me a half hour to say goodbye. I was told they would never keep the kids from me. That's exactly what they did. They're 12 and 11 now. The visitation, it ends. I know my daughter didn't know what was going on. We were said that time. I was walking her to the car like I always did. wouldn't get off from my neck. She keeps saying, "Don't leave." Last time I always write the family who has them and say, I won't even have them call. They never write me. Then they told me they sat my kids down and read them my file. My file doesn't speak nicely about me. Doesn't speak nicely about me. It hurts me so badly to think about me. The violence Fatuma suffered from the state seems almost endless. There is a gendered element to this violence, like many women who live through the child welfare. Fatuma continues to face surveillance of her own mothering from that same system that abused her. It's particularly enraging because the very thing that made Fatuma a fighter, her refusal to be silenced, are what labeled her a problem in the system. Yeah, that's the kicker. Like, the state, like, the province takes your kids from you, you go to court to fight it, and then they use you going to court to fight it as a reason, as an example of you being out of control.
What the fuck?
Everyone I was in the Wood Street Center with had a social worker. And some of those social workers got the absolute shit kicked out of them when they came to visit their charges. Like, when you go to visit your social worker, they would bring you into like a separate room to visit with them. And because of the shit these workers did to these fucking teenagers, the moment that the door was closed, some of those teenagers, they just beat the ever-loving shit out of their social worker. There was one guy in the Wood Street Center who'd basically had like everything he owned confiscated by the state, even his money. He was like 16. Everything else, to the point that when he got out of Wood Street, he would be broke with nothing to his name at fucking 16. Probably 17 with how long he was going to be in there. They just confiscated everything and refused to give it back. His social worker was this like 4.5-foot woman. And she came to like meet with him, brought him into that room, closed the door, and it was the biggest fucking mistake any of the people at Wood Street ever made, because he put her in the fucking hospital.
Oh Jesus.
This bitch ruined him. Stole everything he had in the name of like in the name of the province, took everything he fucking owned and made it so that he would be destitute and therefore determined to have problems with the system further when he got out. And then had the fucking gall to come in and have a chat with him. And she was never and she got out of the hospital, she quit. She quit being a social worker. So that woman is not ruining any more teenagers' lives. And she wasn't the only one, but it was the only example of that kind of discrepancy. Like the discrepancy of like, oh yeah, we'll definitely let this 6-foot-tall 17-year-old boy who is fucking furious and desperate and with nothing to lose, we'll definitely leave him in a room with this tiny woman who is responsible for all of his misery. What could possibly go wrong? How's the homelessness I put you through? Yep. Really can't make this shit up. I wish I could. I wish I could make this kind of shit up.
But there's an article.
It's infuriating. My social worker, I never had a physical altercation with my social worker, but my social worker, when I was there, came to talk to me twice. And the second time, like, as she was leaving, it's like, so I'll be back to talk to you. I'll be back to talk to you in about a month. And I said, if you come back here again, I'll kill you.
Oh God. What did she do?
I got restrained and put in the isolation room, but she never came back.
I meant what in your specific case did she do that really fucked you? Or must you rather not talk about it?
I made the critical mistake of telling my social worker what I had been going through at home. What I had been going through at home.
Oh.
Then I got a hold of this stack of documents that basically claimed that I got a hold of this stack of documents that was basically everyone's observations about me. My teachers, like the shit my parents were saying to workers, the shit my teachers were saying. Then I got to like what my social worker was saying, and what she had done is she had taken the worst thing that had ever happened to me and rewrote it.
Oh.
I'm gonna have to mute because I can't say this. I can't say this on mic.
Okay.
One sentence completely flipping the entire context on its head, and that followed me for fucking years. And so when she came back to see me, it was just like, if you come back here, I'll kill you. Yeah, she flipped it around, which is exactly what I believed a lot of people were going to do. Which is why I never told anyone, which is why, like, every time before telling you, before coming out with it publicly, every time I had ever told anyone about the year of hell, it always ended badly for me. Because their own perceptions of how sexual abuse works, they would just flip it around. Which is exactly what I believe my father would do if I told him. So I never did. Beyond fear, I don't even have the words for it. Once I had actually gone to the hospital, and once I'd managed to fucking break through the fucking arrogance of some of these people, I did have an ultimately positive time there. But everything before that, like when I first got there and the Wood Street Center before then, it was hell. It was actual hell, where everything that was making me unstable only got worse and worse and worse. Where my concerns and anxieties were ignored. It was this just environment of unbelievable, extreme dismissal. These youth care workers, they spoke like drama YouTube. They spoke and acted like drama YouTubers. They ignore everything you say, and if they don't ignore it, they twist it around, and then they go out of their way to anger you even further so that they can go, well, you're clearly unstable. Ask anyone who has ever been in like the foster care or the group home system, and they will tell you the same fucking stories. And you might think, like, why is an entire system designed for at-risk and mentally ill teenagers so hostile to them? And that's because it's not designed to support the teenagers. It's designed to support their parents.
Ugh.
Parents of mentally ill teenagers are akin to autism moms with the way they speak about them and their children. I'm gonna go now. Have a good day, CD. See you, Cherry.
See ya.
Of just a string of insane, institutionally enabled cruelty, like, fuck. I'm so fucking scared of one day becoming part of the problem. Why is that, Miss Chemistry? I want to be a pediatrician. Okay. Ideally in psych. Then just keep this in mind. When a child or a teenager says something, they mean it. Even if they're not correct. They're never, like, a child or a teenager is never lying. They're never just making shit up as a way to, like, skirt rules or because they want control. That never fucking happens. But people say it happens. People say it happens because it's easier than questioning certain systems. Always take the things they say seriously. Always take the things they say at face value, because even if nothing comes of it, they're going to remember that you listen to them and they're going to trust you. If you look into something a teenager brings to your, a child or a teenager brings to your attention, but because it's so ingrained into the system, you can't do anything about it. Basically, you come back with, I tried to do something, but I failed. The best thing to say there is, I'm sorry, I tried, but I couldn't get anything out of them. Even if they're angry, they'll eventually, they will, on like a subconscious level, understand that you're in their court. Even if they didn't get the results they want.
Mm.
That's why I clicked with my primary worker in the hospital so well. I did have a primary worker when I first got there, but it was somebody who was a lot bigger than me, and it was a guy, so it was just like this very aggressive form of, I need to be in control of you. But then they gave me Krista, and Krista was like tiny, like she was shorter than me. But like, in a sense, it was like, okay, I feel a little better around you because I know if you put your hands on me, I can throw you across the room. I didn't say this to her, but it was like, it was, I didn't even realize it at the time, but it was like the thing running through my head. Like, cause the big thing I had by the time I got to the hospital is, don't put your hands on me. Don't touch me. Keep your hands off of me. Keep your hands to yourself. Obviously, why? Because every adult in my life always felt way too fucking comfortable putting their goddamn hands on me. Hear someone talk about this so openly is inspirational, and it helps People like me who never thought that speaking about it would help, so, aw. Giving me flashback to my days in Bible summer camp. Yeah. But being given a primary worker where, you know, I could do something if they put their hands on me, and it's like, okay, I feel a little safer. I'm willing to see where this goes. And I got along with Krista really fucking well. I was keeping a journal at the time. I'd started keeping it in the year of hell, and I kept it all the way up until 2012. And when I first started, I was keeping it in this like in this little like just in a school notebook. Krista gave me like this kind of combination journal and binder. I'm holding it in my hand right now. I just got it from I just got it from and it's like this leather folder with like a binder inside, and it ties clothes with a string. And I guess the idea was, you know, if you have like a nice journal, you're more inclined to like take care of it and like write in it more frequently. Where if it's just a notebook, you don't really feel it doesn't really feel like helpful. It's not as helpful as if you buy like a nice thing to write your journal in. So she gave me this as like a belated 15th birthday. And I copied all of my entries into it. And I kept writing it, and she was right. Like, I started that when I was 14, and I kept it going for like 6 goddamn years. How many pages are in there? I don't have a counter off the top of my head. I may have added new pages to it since I first got it, because like it's a binder. You can do that. You can add new pages to it. Still with me, okay? Done?
Oh, sorry, my connection blip. What were you saying?
Oh, I'm talking about the journal Krista gave me. I'm talking about how I clicked with Krista.
Oh, yes.
So like me and Krista got along. It was like having an older sister.
Hmm.
Krista respected my boundaries. Probably. Still got talk to Krista at all now? No. She was one of the ones who got laid off,
Oh no.
and she completely like disappeared off the map. I think the last time I saw anyone from the hospital, it was Kathy, and I ran into her at Micmac Mall.
Hmm.
I was 22.
Oh.
I just started living here. I just started living here in Health. Which one attended our wedding? Oh, that was Marsha. That was she was from a different organization entirely.
Oh. Okay. I wrote that out because I wasn't sure if it was okay to ask that on mic.
Like, look, nobody's gonna find. Nobody's gonna be.
Okay.
That was that good workers like her get fired. Yeah. as a result, like, having Krista as a primary worker was, like, really helpful for me. Like, not in the way my parents wanted, not even in the way the province wanted, but in general, it's like, yes, I can expect it to be treated better. I can expect people to be kind and friendly to me. I don't have to put up with hostility. Which meant that when I went home, like, at the time, my parents believed that, you know, like, oh, this program didn't work because you're still belligerent. Well, I was a lot more belligerent than when I'd first gone in. Because it's basically, I don't have to, because the new thing that was put into my head is, I don't have to take this shit from you. And my father got physical with me. I get physical right back. All started because weebs are weird about Phantom. Yeah.
Funny how conversations evolve.
Talking to someone with ADHD, like, this has been like fucking 2.5 straight hours of me not working and just talking about everything.
Weebs lead to trauma seems logical.
I think just the basic thing that anyone trying to get into, like, youth care needs to remember. Kids will not cooperate with people they don't trust. And it like, losing a child's trust is difficult. And it's also very difficult to gain it back. Have you considered giving Pal World a try? I don't really like crafting games all that much. Like, when I heard Pokemon with guns, I was like, okay, that sounds funny. But then it's like, oh, it's actually Rust with Pokemon.
To craft them up.
I was not expected to get actually about Adderall on Blue Sky. Blue Sky, lol. I think a lot of us like hearing you talk about this because someone out there probably needs to hear about your experience. Yeah, that's true. I get, like, you know, I get the dum-dums in the back seats always accusing me of trauma dumping on my audience. I do not share anything I have not already processed. Like, I am not, I am sharing wisdom. I am not trauma dumping. Child expects to be treated with dignity. Parents surprise Pikachu face. Yeah, I maintained, but pretty much from the time I was in the hospital to now, I maintained the big problem is that I am antagonized way too goddamn much. I am antagonized by bad actors who don't want to listen to anyone. And I have maintained that even into my 30s. I was always told by people, it's like, oh, well, when you're an adult, you're going to realize you behaved irrationally and you're going to be embarrassed at yourself. And I'm like, nope, nope, I was right. And I was more right than I thought I was.
not only was I right, I've received evidence since then to show that I was more right than even I knew.
Yeah, like, if I was, if I was wrong the whole time, why the fuck did these programs change? If I was wrong the whole time, why is the province getting sued over this shit? I actually first started wearing femme clothes in the hospital. Well, it wasn't the first time. The first time was, well, the first time I did it of my own volition. I was in a situation where I needed new clothes because, you know, they were finally feeding me, so I was growing like crazy. So I got money from my parents, and Krista took me to buy new clothes. I always complain, and I mentioned to her, I prefer wearing jeans. I hate that my jeans never fit. And it's like, why don't you try bootcut jeans? I was like, what? Like, it's like, well, you're always wearing these bulky boots everywhere. Why don't you try bootcut jeans? I was like, okay. Where are they? Took me into the women's section. I was like, are you sure about this? So I did it, and it was like, oh, these fit. Oh, these are great.
Hey.
Got a fitted shirt and a cardigan. And it was innocuous
cardigan.
enough that nobody else noticed. But when I went home, I had to get rid of them because there's no way my mother would have noticed immediately, and both of them would have came down really hard on me for that. They didn't even like me wearing black as I always did, because I wore all black as a kid. Blacks and grays. Like black and gray, and because I spent a lot of time in like the woods, I had a much better tan than I do now. So I was practically a walking sepia tone.
Oh.
Krista really said, oh, it's a Krista. Krista really said, making the mother of all omelets, your Jack can't fret over every egg. Sepia tone. You know what? I could just show you.
I think they were making a pun.
No, they're asking. That's sepia tone. It's when everything is in brown hues. Walking sepia tone, you say. Fuck off, Noob Lord. Like, you're not wrong. That is what I looked like as a teenager, but you should say it. Oh, that looks nice. When I got back from the hospital, I started wearing button-down shirts. Still stuck with like with like the usual jeans, t-shirt, and like jacket or sweater, but like I also started wearing button-down. Actually, funnily enough, I have the same cardigan that I bought when I was in the hospital.
Hey.
Here it is. Yeah, it's right fucking here. Yeah, it's the same cardigan that I was like back when I was. It's the same cardigan that back when I was doing zero punctuation style, like that's what the character was drawn with. Second. Okay, can I find that? Oh, yeah. Have it.
Cardigans are amazing. Oh yeah. When I worked at Macy's, there was a woman there who was making like two separate transactions because she needed like two separate bills, and she used the same card for both. So on her second transaction, which included a cardigan, I got to say, "All right, swipe your card again for your cardigan." I was quite pleased with myself.
Some of you may be old enough to remember that, like, when this was the thing I used.
Oh wow.
And here's another. So, yeah, like I made this when I was 17. I am literally holding the sweater that I used to wear. That is like literally on the little dupe right here. And like the fun fact is like. Come on. That design was literally just repurposed for V4. Like, V4 is an old fucking design. It's just been, like, repurposed and made more femme. Now this I remember. Nice. Yeah, even the same little, like, completely nondescript necklace. It's on the same one. Except for whatever reason, it's a snail. Is it a snail? Wait a minute, hang on. Oh, that's why. Yep, there we go. Yeah, it's just a spiral thing that Fireworks made.
Yeah, that's right. I praised Lord Helix before it was cool.
Yeah, let's just yeah, that's a blast from the. I still have this fucking sweater, funnily enough. It does not fit me anymore. Like, it used to, but yeah, that was my first experience with femme clothing of my own volition, and then I never did it again until I was like 26.
Oh wow.
That's a long time. Yeah, well, I mean, like I said, I couldn't wear those things at home. And I didn't have the epiphany as to why I finally actually enjoy, like, as to why why I liked, why I never felt like all my other clothes didn't fit. So it was just like, I can't wear this at home. My mother's going to make a whole fucking stink about it, and my father's going to make an even bigger stink about it. So I just got rid of them, and then I just kind of, like, I put it out of my mind. I forgot. Getting back into the same house as my father and my sister meant that I had, like, a lot of, I had bigger problems to deal with, didn't I? Huh?
Sorry, my connection blipped again. What was that?
Well, getting back to the same house as my father and my sister, I had bigger problems to be dealing with.
Oh yeah, unfortunately.
Seeing the V4 puppet sure was a blast from the past. Oh, you want to see a blast from the past? I'll give you a blast from the past. Ah, fucking hell. This puppet is 11 years old. No, sorry. This
Oh.
puppet is 10 years old.
Oh wow. I like the freckles.
I commissioned this a decade ago. Yeah, so, initially, like, this thing was actually lost. But while I was doing data recovery, trying to recover something else, and one program managed to pull exactly one of V2's stills off of an old hard drive. And because all of these are saved as, like, fireworks PNGs, every single still has the entire puppet in it.
Oh.
So recovering even one PNG meant recovering the entire puppet.
Hey guys. Hey pretty kitty.
Like the floofy hair. Yeah, I don't really know what prompted the floofy hair. I've never actually had floofy hair.
This floofy hair's pretty.
There's a lot of stuff in here I just never used. Puppet is 10 years old. Where does the time go? Yep. Puppet is old. Ride a roller coaster by herself.
Hmm.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. You to V1 and V2, I really did imagine you have fluffy hair like Nanny. No, no, no. This is probably the best representation of my actual hair. See, like, I also don't have black hair, despite what Lizzie thought when designing a lot of the old puppets. Or what Zane thought, honestly. My hair is actually a very dark brown. You ever check Clear Sky to see the stats of your thing? Stuff that. Oh, wow. Somebody put me on a list called slop, obsessively argumentative, or trash. Like, I'm put on a list I'm on a list because I don't let people just fucking insult me in my fucking.
Wow.
I mean, most social media people are still calling it argumentative. And a lot of the usual stuff trans fans get put on, like, you know, I'm a trans woman, so I get put on all the usual, oh, this person's probably a pedophile.
Fucking hell.
Whatever, it's, somebody puts you, like, if somebody puts you on a list, you can easily get off it by.
Hmm.
Oh god, I'm on one called Bread Tubers.
Oh shit.
Excessively argumentative. That's like. Yeah, some of these things, like, they straight up don't exist anymore because the people who made them got banned.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I got ODD used against me. Oh yeah, ODD is fucking garbage. It is absolutely fucking awful. Oh, somebody added me to a list called people I want to follow.
Oh, that's nice.
I'm on a list called weirdos by somebody whose profile picture is this. I think we. But yeah, like ODD is literally is. I've always said that the main fucking problem annoys me personally. Oh, Geeky Steven. I almost promoted this guy. Yeah, ODD, I've always said that is kind of my go-to example for why a big problem with youth mental health is that a lot of mental health conditions are so terribly named. ODD should be renamed battered child syndrome. It just should. Blue Sky voice actors. Am I on? Oh, I'm not going to complain. Put CD on a list. Me, let me in. Let me in. I got so bad I was questioning my sanity. Yep. Show us the PF. Well, I don't think McKay's even seen it. I put it in her DMs.
I saw it. I was like, huh.
This is somebody putting someone on a list of weird people.
Yeah,
You
interesting.
always kill it with her voice acting. Yeah, but I haven't done professional voice acting yet. I'm in the middle of recording one, but probably nobody's gonna fucking see that. Making copies of my home media for my. See if there's a more productive use of my time rather than obsessively. Yeah. All right, back to the video. We've been at this long enough. Because we want to hear your take. But you guys always complain about my take. Because I'm always more critically discerning than the cheerleading squad. CD, you're a trans. And then leaked. Why? Because we want to hear. And then leaked. Why? Because we want to hear. I got weird people blocking my account because nothing. Yeah. God, what an interesting discussion. This is why like most of my streams are just chill hangouts, because we end up talking about like like so many different fucking things.
Oh yeah.
I always have people's like, oh, your streams are so boring and they have so much dead air in them. Yeah, that's because you're a moron. You're an idiot with such a short attention span. You can't handle anything that doesn't stimulate you 100% of the fucking time. That for. Because we want to hear your take. But you guys always complain. But you guys always complain about my take, because I'm always more critically discerning than the cheerleading squad. CD, you're a trans YouTuber, now bark for my amusement. Phoenix should get a line someday too. I always kind of figured it just like made way more sense for like Pixie to be the fucking bothered agitator, you know, the one who clearly has nothing to do.
Oh yeah.
CD. CD, you're a trans YouTuber, now bark for my amusement. CD, you're a trans YouTuber, now bark for my amusement.
Phoenix is just chilling at home reading Carmilla or something.
Okay, so about
He's
a
at
year
home
ago.
reading Petals on the
Was it a
Wind.
year ago?
Like, you remember what we characterized Phoenix as.
Right.
Like, Phoenix is one of those hyper dark media pro shipper dregs. And
Right.
Pixie is her girlfriend who is not as morally aggrieved as she makes herself out to be. Okay, I'm gonna this. I'll be right back. And hey, I'll still be right back.
Hey. You're out of touch. I'm out of time. But I'm out of my head when God strikes you down. It's Out of Touch Thursday. It is Out of Touch Thursday. Hi, Michaela. Hello, Steven. Begin the day with a friendly voice, a companion unobtrusive. Plays that song that's so elusive, and the magic music makes your morning mood. Hop on the way, hit the open road. There is magic at your
Pixie and Phoenix, their real
fingers.
talk year, their relationship is healthy. They just both kind of suck.
Hey.
Yeah, we did the whole thing of like it's like that the gatekeeping lesbian bit that was done a few years ago.
Yes.
I ended up throwing that into the credits because I thought it'd be silly, but like before I decided to do that, I was kind of sitting here thinking, are Pixie and Phoenix girlfriends with the same fashion sense, or are they twins?
That is the question. God, your voice is so nice, McKay. Thank you.
I'm tempted to have a gag in the future video where it's just like I'm tempted to have a gag in the future video where it's just like, oh hey Lily, where are those it's like, where are those women who are always bothering you? Who? It's like, who? You know, like the pastel and the goth girl? Oh, the twins. What?
No.
Oh, that's what I always call them. They look alike. Like, oh, that's what I call them. They look and dress the same.
Okay, so about a year ago. Was it a year ago? 2 years ago? Wait, then how long ago were... Oh, fuck, time is meaningless. Anyway, 2 years ago. A year ago. Was it a year ago? A year ago. Was it a year? Okay, so about a year ago. Was it a year ago? 2 years ago?
I thought the Pokemon video was newer than that. Yeah, I keep thinking the fucking coffin video is like recent. I love Vine boom sound effect. Oh, you do you? Well, I just found a cheap minigun sound effect if I ever need it.
Hey!
Things I discover when messing with my...
So about a year ago. Okay, so about a year. Okay, so about a year ago. Okay, so about a year ago. Was it a year ago? Was it a year ago?
added an extra everything so that there's a little less jerkiness.
Very clever.
Ago? Was it a year ago? 2 years ago.
I'm actually like still like really proud of this because like getting these things to actually like walk or like completely change direction or like just step in any way, shape, or form or do anything that involves like the feet is actually really difficult. I'm not good enough at animating to like really figure it out. So getting this to work.
You guys always complain about my take because I'm always more critically discerning than the cheerleading squad. See?
Very, very, very innovative. Like very creative.
Yeah, I should be streaming it.
Oh.
I actually moved the rest of the body like this without moving like the hands. I moved the hands like like without moving the hands or the foot. And I ended up forgetting to move like the foot in this one as well, and had to move the foot move the foot again, and then I had to like actually make it fucking bounce as well. And then I realized, oh wait a minute, I just accurately did a character's like a character's like momentum swinging around.
Hey.
Take because I'm always more critically discerning than the cheerleading squad. CD, you're a trans YouTuber, now bark for my amusement. Take because I'm always more critically discerning than the cheerleading squad. CD, you're a trans YouTuber, now bark for my amusement. About my take because I'm always more critically discerning.
Like I'm not an animator. I never learned how to animate. So like getting this stuff to work, I'm way more pleased with myself than I ought to be.
I'm pleased with you.
Take because I'm always more critically discerning than the cheerleading squad. So about a year ago, was it a year ago? 2 years ago? Wait, then how long ago were... Oh, fuck, time...
In most situations, it's a lot easier to like reset the puppet's stopping and try to finagle, just move her back. Well, it's funny, you know, it's funny you say that, Ms. Chemistry Med, because I realize it's like, with the way these are set up, it's easy to do, like, on the one hand, but on the other hand, and then, but on the other hand, like, I mean, one hand, then on the other hand.
Then on the other hand, looks at other hand on puppet. I have no fingers.
But then on the other hand, how the hell did that hand get there? How the hell did that hand get there? Another one pops up.
Oh, fuck. Fuck, time is me. Fuck, time is. Oh, fuck, time is.
One second, I gotta turn the display off. Oh, when you sent me the rig with like the other name, I assumed it was like gonna look like the other one too.
I just did this for funsies. I thought, who knows?
Okay, all right, let's see. McKay just did one of these for Stacy. That's what we started calling V2.
Yeesh.
Because of the way like Fire Alpaca works, you just have to like things. I always have to like finagle with the Okay, there you are. Biblically accurate V2. No. State penitentiary. I actually found out, because of all this, like, Fireworks is the only program where every object place has its own layer.
Hmm.
You don't have to deliberately make separate layers. Oh, by the way, honey, you didn't actually have to make the hands. I can actually read.
Oh.
Yeah, look. I take, say, fist here. Just use subselect. This, adjust color, color fill. Color, and there we go.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, like,
I guess I know.
Go on.
I guess I knew that you always had like fiddle with these whenever you got them, so I just wanted to lessen the workload.
Oh yeah, no, like some of these, like kind of the whole point of this kind are meant to be repurposed, like because like everybody uses the same hands. I already have them. All.
Oh, I see.
You know, I backported the new hand models on.
Hmm.
I appreciate it though. Like the whole point of this was to lessen the work. You.
Oh, that's true. Woo.
Ed. To the top. Neat. If the nailed it.
Hey.
Look at her. She's so eepy. Uh, if we're not careful, soon the fan art channel is going to be loaded with self.
Oh dear.
Ooh. Oh, it's a okay. I don't actually have this like finger pointing the other way.
Oh, you don't? I thought I sent that to you.
But like, yeah, that's fine. I mean, hey, I've got it now. So yeah, it's like if we're not careful, it's not we're careful. We're gonna the our channel self cessed.
Oh no. CDX vinyl.
Oh fuck, we really should call this vinyl instead of Stacy. What do we call V3 then? Cassette?
Cassette.
And V4?
Laserdisc.
Wasn't really an audio format, it was a video format.
Oh, right.
iPod Touch Me Gently. I'm gonna hate the second. Okay, you know how V2 kinda just so slightly kinda looks like Adagio Dazzle?
A little bit.
Well, putting the tired, creased eyes on V2, now she has this kind of vibe. Don't say what I just said you out loud.
Yep. Little bit.
I'm gonna apply V1 as shellac or some Edison cylinder or something. V1 is one of those engraved music boxes. Long ago, in the midst of time, when main characters didn't have biceps bigger than their faces, and when bump mapping was just something cartographers did to their wives. Mm. This is cute, thank you.
Happy to make it.
I'm having a resurgence of interest.
She is cute.
And now she exists in a form that doesn't remind me of abuse.
Hey! Bonus.
Fuck, time is mean. Fuck, time. Oh, fuck, time is. Oh, fuck, time is meaning. Fuck, time is mean. Oh fuck, time is. Oh fuck, time is meaning.
A lot of the times when I'm doing like the movements and the bounces, I actually don't. As a result, it feels less like a bouncy.
I understand that.
Fuck, time is meaningless. Anyway, fuck, time is meaningless. Anyway.
Audio yeah, it is. I've been experimenting with a noise gate. I'm trying to cut out all the creaking my throat does. It has been cutting most of it out, but let's see if I. Let's see if that helps.
Anyway, 2 years ago, I did a first impressions on Moon Girl, which.
The most satisfying part of editing is when I get to like remove all these markers.
So fuck it, give me your worst, Moon Girl.
Trying to animate a shrug on a character that doesn't have any shoulders.
Let's get transparent PNGs of Warcraft pauldrons.
So fuck it. So fuck it, give me your. 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 Hey, give me your worst, Moon Girl. Hey, give me your worst, Moon Girl.
There we go. And remember being a kid and hearing that theme going, it's like, and it's like, man, I'm about to watch a fun movie. And nowadays you
Hey.
hear it and it's like the fucking Requiem bell.
Oh no.
Each jingle bell is a Requiem bell, and while you think it's swell, we are toiling in hell. Thought of existence is chilling us. I'll tell you what, shove your list up your butt because Christmas time is killing. Stub all her toes at the same time. Thank you. Thank you. This is probably like my favorite eye pose because it's so unrelentingly over the top.
It is unhinged.
What boots do we give her? Her, I say, as if a. What boots do we give Disney? The Crocs?
Yes, the Crocs.
Christmas list gets more pissed till the thought of existence is chilling us. Tell you what, shove your list up your butt.
Make them yellow like Mickey's shoes.
It's probably going to be done because absolutely no idea to do the thing I'm about to do.
We'll figure it out.
I'll tell you what, shove your list up your butt. Okay. I think I got it.
And you. And you pulled.
Oh, back to oh.
And you pulled. And you pulled this from airing? This was airing? It's from airing? This was perfect, you fuck! So the episode
Need to like up it to well. Me. B. Close this.
And you pulled this from airing? This was perfect, you fuck! So the episode The Gatekeeper is, and I'm not exaggerating here, literally everything I've ever wanted out of trans rep. I have no notes. Well, I have a lot of notes. Stuff like... And so now we get to it being pulled from the air. Now bear with me, I'm going somewhere with...
Fucking. You can see why I don't really do puppet animations all that much, because like it does not take very stop being single. That's why I tend to keep it to just two that are actually like really new. But like, I think I made a mistake with this. This is just a long discussion, So I don't really get to do a lot of anything particularly interesting. I just have to write CD. I just have to animate CD just like gesticulating back and forth. Which isn't, the typical, the typical puppet stuff.
Right.
Part of the reason I wanted something. Myself. Your show, do what you need and want. I don't like that kind of stuff because, like, obviously it's a show. I don't really need to be reassured that. It takes me back to, like, I used to ask my audiences, like, hey, it's like, which of these ideas would you prefer? And I would get somebody going, well, it's your channel, do what you want. I'm asking you for. Remember that?
Oh yeah.
And so now we get to it being pulled from the air. Now bear with me, I'm going.
God, I remember that. Just give me a straight answer. Yeah.
Now bear with me, I'm going somewhere with this. I can actually
things up.
In the air. Now bear with me, I'm going somewhere with this. I can actually this. I can actually
VSEG V6.5 might be tied with V. Up it. Really, Noob Lord? You're gonna have to explain that one.
I'm curious as to what your reasoning might be.
How many puns have you heard for your rebrand made from your new brand name CD? A lot.
this. I can actually see this. I can actually see this. I can actually see why this. I can actually see this. I can actually see why 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 I can actually see why
Mainly the hips and waist. Oh.
this. I can actually see why it was pulled.
Those are some good hips and waists.
I can actually see why I can actually see why it was pulled. Disney has I can actually see why it was pulled. Disney has always been a politically skittish company, and their brand has always been forward, but not too forward, to appeal to both young people and their parents expected to actually spend money. And Gatekeeper is a no-holds-barred, direct political reference, unapologetically pro-trans episode. This is completely out of left field for anything published by Disney. Hell, it's completely out of left field for any of these other studios. This is like if the Liberal Party started quoting the Communist Manifesto. Reports indicated that Disney held off on it because they wanted
I don't know why this like Photoshop of Justin Trudeau holding the Communist Manifesto is so funny.
The Liberal Party started quoting the Communist Manifesto.
It's one of those edits where it's like, if you focus on it, it's absurd, but like, it's possible to do like a double take on it where you just like scroll past it and go, wait a minute.
You know what it is? If Trudeau had more of a backbone and was just even nominally more socialist, Canada would be in such a better place right now.
Oh yeah.
Like it would have gone from just being, yeah, that was, you know, the Trudeau government, it was fine. If the option, you know, if the option between like another 10 years of Trudeau or like even 1 year of the Tories, I'd take another 10 years of Trudeau. But I mean, make Trudeau even slightly more leftist and he'd run circles around every other fucking politician in Canada.
Oh, probably.
Vaguely gestures at V2 6.5 for me. Yeah, V2 is pretty. Every puppet has a different body shape, funnily enough. No, the Comrade Biden and Dark Brandon jokes made during Joe's administration were wonderful. Like, yeah, I'm not even talking about like jokes. Like even more socialist Biden is like, it's not the same energy. Because I mean, like, look, let's be fucking objective here. Trudeau was just a perfectly fine prime minister, and his main problem was just that he was like non-committal. Trudeau actually passed way more progressive policies than like even socialists give him credit for, because, well, he's part of the Liberal Party and socialists are kind of drinking some weird fucking Kool-Aid. But the problem is like when he had to speak in public, he didn't project the kind of firmness or strength that a lot of people, both left and right, weirdly demand from their politicians. Like, he wasn't a populist. And, like, even the left is demanding populism. Didn't he step down recently? Yeah, I mean, like, let's be fucking honest here. Who the fuck wants to lead a country for more than a decade? It's, like, it's stressful, it's annoying, the voters are fucking idiots, and you just know that they're gonna vote in a conservative government on the just because they're mad about inflation. So at this point, it's just like, yeah, I'm out. Fuck this. People get like I said, people get hypercritical of leftist incumbents. Basically, like when they don't meet the specific brand of leftism that the person bitching online does. But like Trudeau was like largely non-committal in public and wasn't willing to take advantage of the multiple majorities and coalitions he had to really push something that the Conservatives wouldn't be able to just dismantle. Like, we're getting public dental coverage in April. If the Conservatives win in October, they're gonna dismantle that. They're gonna get rid of that. They're gonna take that away from everybody. Publicly, like, dental coverage for free.
Oh,
that is a
amazing.
step up for healthcare that I don't think I've seen anyone else do. I don't know. Is there any other country that has like public dental coverage? It seems like dentists try when Canada was setting up its single payer healthcare, dentists fought tooth and nail to not be on it. And now it's just going to be like, yeah, if you make under $90,000, your dental care is free.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
This is literally the best fucking policy anyone has brought into Canada. Tooth and nail, huh? This is the best fucking policy anyone's brought into Canada since Tommy Douglas. Tommy Douglas created Canada's single-payer healthcare. And you just know the Conservatives are going to get rid of it. And it's just like, Trudeau, if you had done this, like, in your first fucking government. Why are you just doing this now? If you had done this in your first fucking government, you'd have made Harper look like a fucking joke. Like the ban on federal ban on conversion therapy. We got a federal fucking ban on conversion therapy. It took like 7 fucking years. And it's like, dickhead, if you'd done this sooner, you'd have like walked into office right from Stephen Harper and basically like the Conservatives would have never gotten elected again. Because people would have like immediately seen, oh, that really was just 9 years of that bastard robbing us blind. Like, I can't fucking stress how much public dental coverage is genius. Public dental, like, all we're missing is pharmacare for all. Pharmacare for all would just, and I know, like, Jagmeet was, like, fucking really pushing for it. He refused to form coalition unless the Liberals promised on pharmacare for all. And it would have been such an easy win! Such an easy win! Yeah! Because, like, this isn't like the US. Motherfucker had a majority government. And when he didn't have a majority, he had a coalition with the NDP. Not only would it have been possible, the Conservatives would have just had to sit there and cry about it. And because here in Canada, when a new law is passed, like cannabis, there's fucking commercials on TV telling you this. Everyone's lives would have improved, and the Tories would have been fucking dead as a party. But instead, you waited this fucking long, which means a lot of people won't have the chance to really take use of it and really feel the fucking financial burden lifted off their shoulders before fucking Polyev probably will likely get to form a government, and he's gonna get rid of it before people have a chance to miss it. It's like his last fucking term, it was just banger after banger after banger, and it's just like, where was this their first one? Ugh. Let's see here. Which laws did Justin Trudeau pass? Implement infrastructure plan, $60 billion. He would implement an infrastructure plan worth $60 billion, spending over 10 years. Following his electoral win, he announced a 12-year, $180 billion infrastructure plan with a focus on public transit. Jesus fucking Christ! Also said the Canadian, like, pumped 180 billion into public transit. Let's see. Pledged to study the Trans-Pacific Partnership for making a final decision on ratification. Joined the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement, which incorporates most of the provisions of the TPP. Oh, yeah. Basically had the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership. You remember people were, like, freaking out over that. All the stuff that people were freaking out over, like, ended up getting removed from it.
Huh.
Made some change to the tax code. A new tax bracket on the top 1% of income earners was created in 2016. Incomes over $200,000 became taxed at 33%. They increased taxes on companies' passive income when it's paid out as dividends. Also limited the practice of income sprinkling, which involves paying income to family members even if they don't work for the business, so that business owners can avoid paying higher taxes. Fucking hell. Excessive excise duties on alcohol were increased by 2%. Uber became subject to the same taxes as taxis.
Ooh.
Tax benefits for public transit users, the tourism and employers who create the tourism sector and employers who create child. I don't know what that means. 2021 Canadian federal budget included a host of new targeted taxes, including taxes on luxury cars, jets, or boats, a 1% tax on vacant homes owned by non-Canadian citizens, and a tax on digital services, dubbed the Netflix tax. The budget also created a tax on vaping products and increased the tax on cigarettes. Shitload of new money for new services coming in. Fucking hell.
Ooh.
The Canada Child Tax Benefit was eliminated in 2016, replaced by the Canada Child Benefit, a tax-free payment targeting low and middle-income families. And those with incomes higher than $150,000 will receive less than the previous system. In 2018 and 19, the payouts paid out up to $6,496 per year per child under the age of 6. Yeah, so you got, like, if you had children, for every child, if you were low income and you had children, for every child, you got about $550 a month.
Oh, wow.
Hey, anyone in the chat with children, would an extra $500 a month per child be a benefit to you? And the thing is, this isn't like a tax benefit. A tax benefit you can, like, write off on your taxes. You get a return. This is just, if you have children and you list dependents on your taxes, we just fucking give you money. Siblings, not kids. Are they siblings you look after? Because that technically counts as a dependent. So $6,500 per year per child under the age of 6, $5,500 per year per child age 6 to 17. CCB is income dependent. The first income threshold for families who receive the Canada Child Benefit is $30,000. The second threshold is $65,000. Yeah, so like you I think you stop receiving. I think it's like you stop receiving benefits. Oh no, like those with incomes higher than 150,000 receive less than the previous. Okay. The Canada Child Benefit lifted about 300,000 children out of poverty and has helped reduce child poverty by 40%. And enhanced the Canada Pension Plan to provide working Canadians with more income in retirement. Canadian Dental Care Plan. Trudeau stated that under his leadership, the Liberal Party was resolutely pro-choice. Former Liberal MPs and cardinals basically said it would hurt the party and urged him to reverse it. He did not. Prioritize banning conversion therapy in the criminal code. 2020 bill was introduced in 2020. Reintroduced the bill designed to create criminal offenses for performing conversion therapy on a child, forcing an adult to undergo it, removing a child from Canada to undergo conversion therapy, and while also prohibiting advertising or profiting off conversion therapy for both adults and children. Before the bill could come for vote, the bill died on the order paper when Parliament was dissolved for the 2021 election. Introduced a new version with broadened the ban's coverage to include adults, identifying it as one of the priority bills in the government hoped to pass for the end of the year. The bill passed the House of Commons first. The bill received royal assent on December 8th and came into force on January 7th, 2022. So yeah, in 2022, we got a federal conversion therapy ban. Previously, it was just a few provinces, and Nova Scotia was not one of them.
Oh.
He had to expand medical assistance in dying because the Supreme Court just really hates disabled people and ruled that bans or restrictions on MAID. Legalize cannabis. Criminalized, expanded gun control and criminalized automatic weapons. Reduce carbon emissions. Fucking hell. Introduced a carbon tax, which the Conservatives have been squealing and squawking about forever. So you know it works. The carbon tax, here's especially the reason the carbon tax is, fucking hell. Just creaking my throat won't stop. Here's, the reason the carbon tax is so genius. What it does is energy companies get taxed for their carbon emissions. And then that money is redirected to Canadians to pay for their heating bills. their heating and energy bills. So
Oh.
they get taxed. You get the money. And conservatives have not shut the fuck up about it since it was even proposed. And they've been running scam ads trying to convince people that, like, the carbon tax is bad for you. It's raising your taxes. And of course, the voter's an idiot, so they will believe that. Did construct new oil pipelines, unfortunately.
Ooh.
Banned single-use plastics. I know that's kind of, I know that's, pretty contentious. The list includes plastic grocery bags, straws, stir sticks, six-pack rings, cutlery, and food containers made from hard-to-recycle plastics. The industry replaced the bags with reusable bags, paper straws, bamboo cutlery, and modified containers, although other single-use plastics have not been addressed. In 2021, the Trudeau government launched the Canada Greener Homes Grant. The grant is destined for homeowners aiming to replace their fossil fuel burning mechanical systems with high efficiency electrical based systems. Basically, if you have oil heating, the government the government paid you to have your house, would pay for your house to be renovated for electric baseboard heating.
Oh shit.
$5,600 per household can be claimed through this program. And the kicker is, electric baseboard heating is not difficult to install. You install the heater, you connect it to the already existing wiring, and you're done. Let's see. Cost to install baseboard heating in a home. Installing baseboard heat costs about $5,400 to $7,800 for 18 to 26 units to heat a home. Yeah, so almost depending on what your house was, almost the entire cost of installing electric baseboard heat would be covered. Expanded refugees. This is the funniest part. When anti-trans bills started getting passed in the United States, Canadians launched a petition for the Canadian government to accept asylum seekers from the U.S. on the basis that they're fleeing anti-LGBT laws. And fucking Trudeau had to go out in front of people and say, I already did that 4 years ago.
Nice.
Trudeau's had a very spotty relationship with Indigenous people. Sometimes he does good things for them. Sometimes he doesn't. Like those oil pipelines. The pandemic response. Now, the problem with the pandemic was provinces largely did most of the laws. So as Ontario, Alberta, and Quebec ended up not having strong COVID protections, COVID kept spreading like wildfire through those provinces. And all the federal government could do in response, because this is like provincial law, all the federal government could do was just restrict travel. So just restrict travel more and more and more and more and more. And I actually like, I think you probably remember, I got like visibly angry over this because it's like, it's not addressing the fucking problems. You can restrict travel all you want. The virus is already here. And it's not spreading because people are traveling into Canada. It's spreading because Doug Ford literally will not fucking do a damn thing.
Yep.
Got did get the vaccination, did get the mass vaccinations going, and unlike the US, was like very strict about you must be vaccinated, you must show proof of vaccination. So yeah, like I bet a lot of people didn't know about most of this stuff. It's not like online socialists are ever going to tell you anything. It's like anytime they mention the Liberal Party, it's just neoliberal ghouls. More progressive policies than the NDP ever had in their fucking chamber.
Yep.
Jugmeat was like talking for like fucking years. I'm not making fun of him, by the way. That is how his name is pronounced. Like banging the table about pharmacare for all for like every single goddamn election, refusing to form a coalition. Like if pharmacare for all wasn't on the table. And then it's like, oh, sorry, what was that? What was that? I was too busy giving $500 a month per child to every family and making free dental care. God. I know it's out of topic, but I made a fan art of V2 with Michaela's design. There's a channel in the server for it, but if you can't, if you're not in the server, post it to Imgur and then break up the link to that.
Goes everywhere, not just art. You can't trust on the systems in power to have your back when things get difficult. You can only trust on your own community. You know, I've been
On Blue Sky. Aww. I'm so cute.
Ooh. Ooh, where is it? Oh.
Internet socialists only focus on their fellow libs' shortcomings. They do not look up. Yeah, see, this is the problem. You got to keep this in mind when you're talking, when like you hear anything from socialists, because a socialist's primary goal is not making people's lives better. That's their secondary goal. Their primary goal is to have their economic system in charge.
Yep.
So they are generally resistant and to any idea of like socialists don't actually like regulations put on capitalism. They don't like regulations on private industry because it makes it harder to get people to support overturning it.
Oh, yeah.
I'd rather be correct than help people. Well, online socialist, it's not really a specific thing with socialism, but with a lot of political ideologies. With a lot of political ideologies, there are always people for whom their first concern is not making people's lives better. Their first concern is to be in charge.
Relationship because art is, and since trans people are a primary target of this new this goes everywhere, not just art. You can't trust on the systems in power to have your back when things get difficult. You can only trust on your own community. Community. You know, I've been ruminating on this for a while, and frankly, I don't even have a vote. I've been ruminating on this for a while, and frankly, I don't see any better place to do this. Over the last frankly, I don't see any better place to do this. Over the last few years, I have said more than a few unkind and unfair things about a number of my fellow trans femmes. Some of it criticism taken to an emotional extreme that was just straight up over the line, others reflective spitting back at people who decided to punch down at me as well. I'd like to retract all Some of it criticism taken to an emotional extreme that was just straight up over the line, others reflective spitting back at people who decided to reflective straight up over the line. Look for glue. Look for glue. At people who decided to punch down at me as well. I'd like to retract all of it. I don't care if people don't like me specifically. I'm not going to take part in this circular firing squad anymore. It gets us nowhere, and some of the score like me specifically, I'm not going to take part in this circular firing squad anymore. It gets us nowhere, and it only helps the people who want us dead. So to that end, I'd like to
I'm gonna have some fan brats basically going, well, we don't forgive you.
So to that end,
Somebody saw me writing this part of the script and was like, you also owe apologies to all these other people. And they listed people who aren't even trans. And it's like, congratulations, you have no idea what I'm actually doing here.
Right. It's like, oh, you have to apologize for all your heinous deeds that we imagined of you.
They also added Ender to it, and I was just like, honey, I'm apologizing to people who I overreacted about, not to people who I've underreacted about.
so to that end, I'd like to apologize for everything I've ever said about Natalie Wynn. About Natalie Wynn. About Natalie. About Natalie. About Natalie Wynn. Natalie Wynn. About Natalie Wynn. About Natalie Wynn. Jessica. About Natalie Wynn. About Natalie Wynn. Jessica Ruth. About Natalie Wynn. Jessica Ruth. About Natalie Wynn. Ruthier. Ruthier. Jessica Ruth. Here, Nate.
I'm gonna put a thing in here. It's like, I know I said trans femmes and like Nate didn't, but you know what I fucking meant.
Ruthier, Nate Stevens. Patricia Taxon. Jesse Earl. Rebecca. Jesse Earl, Rebecca. Rebecca Sugar and Abigail.
Eventually, add a correction on.
Abigail. Abigail Thorne. Abigail.
About getting his fucking. Somebody came and bothered me about, like, apparently, like, one of... I've spoken to this person, and, like, you know, I've seen what like, that person in particular posts, and, like, she is, like, the cognitive dissonance machines. Also, I don't care.
Nate Stevenson, Patricia Taxon, Jesse Earl, Rebecca Sugar, and Abigail Thorne. Transphobe Natalie Wynn, Jessica Ruthier, Nate Stevenson, Patricia Taxon, Jesse Earl, Nate Stevenson, Patricia Taxon, Jesse Earl, Rebecca Sugar, and Abigail Thorne. Transphobes want trans people fighting each...
Who? Yeah, don't worry about it.
Transphobes want trans people fighting each other and ostracizing each other in the name of optics. They want us constantly trying to play by the rules of a rigged game. And I'm not going to do it anymore. I will not be part of the Natalie Wynn, Jessica Ruthier, Nate Stevenson, about Natalie Wynn, Jessica Ruthier, Nate Stevenson, Patricia Taxon, Jesse Earl, Rebecca Sugar, and Rebecca Sugar. Rebecca Sugar and Abigail Thorne. Rebecca Sugar and Abigail Thorne. Transphobes want trans people fighting each other and ostracizing each other in the name of optics. They want us constantly trying to play by the rules of a rigged game. And I'm not going to do it anymore. I will not be part of the vilification of any trans person for any made-up reason anymore. I'm CD Call. Thanks for watching. Ostracizing each other in the name of optics. They want us constantly trying to play by the rules of a rigged game. And I'm not going to do it anymore. I will not be part of the vilification of any trans person for...
You don't have to bottle
anymore. I'm CD Call. Thanks for watching.
Here we go. Lazy. I had people saying to me, it's like, oh, it's like, oh, you think just changing your name is going to be enough? It's like, oh, honey, I haven't released a video with the rebrand yet. I'll say for seeing trans woman and trans femme. The second is more vast, I think. Trans femme covers a wider variety of identities than just trans woman.
Yes, kind of like how like saying like sapphic or WLW like includes like bi women, not just lesbians.
Yeah, trans femme is to trans woman what sapphic is to lesbian.
Yeah. I remember like once during the holidays, my very gay brother Alexei got mad at the term like MLM. It's like, we have the word gay. Why do we need MLM? And I'm like, it includes bi men. And he's like, oh, okay.
So some non-binary people can be trans femme, right? Yep, if they're using predominantly feminine gender present. Like Stephanie Sterling is trans feminine.
CD, aren't you gonna do a video on Moon Girl? I already did. No, the trans episode that got banned and then leaked. And Devil Dinosaur that featured a trans character. Now, I'm admittedly very skeptical when someone runs up and tells me a cartoon features a trans character, because that could mean anything from a bit character to an outright villain. And even then, I can't be certain of the actual quality on— So fuck it, give me your worst, Moon Girl.
And you pulled this from airing? This was perfect, you fuck!
So the episode The Gatekeeper is, and I'm not no, I'm not crying, someone's cutting onions, and I might actually finish watching Moon Girl again after doing this video. Everything I've ever wanted out of trans rap. I have no notes. Well, I have a lot of notes. Stuff like, no, I'm not crying, someone's like a drama YouTuber trying to talk around their own fascism.
Your team captain used to play on a boys' team.
To get out, they must play by her rules and play fair. So they start hunting down the keys to unlock the many locked door. Girls, she said her rules. Think about that for a minute. You'll get it there eventually. While the girls are trying to escape from the saw trap, Greer locked them in there specifically to make them unable to attend the actual game and be disqualified, going right back to— Now bear with me, I'm going— You know what, I need to stop calling a debate. The trans athlete moral panic, that's what it is. It covers trans issues both on the and so now we get to it being pulled from the air. Now bear with me, I'm going somewhere with this. I can actually see why it was pulled. Disney has always been a politically skittish company in the community. You know, I've been ruminating on this for a while, and frankly, I don't see any better place to do this. Over the last—
I was like, man, I need footage of like a corporate bastard. And my first thought was Northam Robotics.
But that is all they're useful for. At the end of the day, the only thing any corporation cares about is keeping their taxes low, keeping unions from having too much power, and keeping regulations from getting in their way. Other than that, they never do anything beside give the people what they want. And the impression the election had given was that diversity things get difficult. You can only trust on your own.
There was a stolen observation in here and I can't remember where it fucking was.
Furthermore, sports requires a lot more of a person than sheer with a little hollow of her claiming that to get out. Damn, Greer, I think you might have to go back and—
Oh, there it is. Hmm. Oh. Back to covering cartoons again, or is this back on my video? I don't know. Like I said, I'm only really like I said this a while ago. I'm only covering things. And initially, I had decided not to cover Moon Girl because it was. I initially decided not to cover Moon Girl because people always get mad at me when I do when I cover this stuff. Oh. I don't know if I'm going to cover more cartoons. If they're interesting to cover, then yeah, I'll definitely do it. But other than that, I just like I said this before. I don't want to cover things unless they're interesting. And my initial decision to not cover Moon Girl was made specifically. That decision was done because people always get mad at me. That's the kicker. Like, they just get mad at me. And it doesn't matter what I say, they always get mad at me. And I'm just sick of people always getting mad at me if I so much as fucking blink. So when I saw like, oh yeah, there's a trans episode of Moon Girl, And it got pulled by Disney. I was like, okay, I don't care. And of course, then people still got mad at me. Is Rebecca a trans femme non-binary? You can't. You have to be AMAB to be trans. Rebecca's just non-binary.
Yeah.
All right, video's done.
Hey. Hi, Giggy.
Okay. Well, thank you all for joining me. This has been a good time. I will see you next time.
Toodles.